Okay, so we are getting started. No, yeah. Okay, so good morning, everyone. Good morning. So I wanted to thank you all for coming today, to thank you all that are here today in person, but also those ones that are following us through our YouTube channel. So good morning and very welcome to this last event of CoFresh project. We started the project already 42 months ago. Times really flies. And we have quite a night interesting, I hope, for you agenda. And we are starting now. So I'm starting with a short introduction to the project situation at this moment. And we will go on after with the agenda. Okay, so co-creating sustainable and competitive fruits and vegetables value chains in Europe. That's our title, and that was really our philosophy all along the project. To do this, the most important part was the consortium, for sure. And the consortium of CoFresh was centered around 7 pilot cases. 7 pilot cases located in 6 different European countries, and one to the other absolutely different. But all of them are representing perhaps a nice scope of fruit and vegetables value chains in Europe. Of course, we got some technology partners, University of Bologna, Future Intelligence, CNTA. We put together a good group of agri-food expertises all together from social and economics point of view, policy and institutional, environment and organic value chains. We also put together in this consortium kind of representation of the key actors along the fruits and vegetables value chain. We got cooperatives, farmers associations, producers associations and clusters, environmental and social non-governmental organizations, consumers associations and public administrations. And last but not least, impact was very relevant for this project. So we got also experts in communication and dissemination, in agri networking, business development, and impact and replication. And well, CNTA, we have been coordinating this project. So as I said, as you can see, a lot of people here working together with a common objective. And the common objective of trying to imagine more sustainable and efficient agri-food food and vegetables value chains, and trying to pilot the innovations we thought could help to improve this efficiency of the value chains, and trying to smartly integrate technological and non-technological innovations all along the fruit and vegetables value chain. So very quickly, you have here some figures. So we were 28 partners, a total budget of more than 7.5 million euros, 10 countries, 7 agri-food value chains, but not only them, because as you will hear all along this session today, each pilot case involved stakeholders of its own value chain. So this represented extra 75, more than 75 fruit and vegetables value chain stakeholders in around all these 7 pilot cases. So 42 months. And yeah, this is very quickly a first side on CoFresh. This was our methodological approach. We started from the trying to map and assess which was the current situation of fruits and vegetables at that moment when we started the project. And we came out with very interesting outputs. We got a very complete state-of-the-art. We work on the framework and indicators that may help us to produce more sustainable and efficient value chains, and identifying which were the key success factors for those sustainable value chains. A portfolio of innovative business models was produced, and also there was a first study on which was the impact of public policies on sustainable innovation. So based on that, we started our co-creation. Co-creation is the big word of CoFresh, and we devoted most of the work all along the project on co-creating, on working together, on hearing all the opinions, on really trying to do things with the agreement of the stakeholders working together. And yeah, have to say that co-creation was the big bet of this project. So we defined, we selected innovations, we intervened in the pilot cases and implemented those, and of course we assessed them. And of course we devoted a lot of effort to making sure that the outcomes, the results, the lessons learned in our project were going properly disseminated and really reach the right targets. So these were the three main methodological tools that are based, that are the basis of CoFresh. As I said, co-creation, and I repeat, it was quite a risky bet, because really at the beginning of the project, the innovations that were going to be implemented were not selected. We really make a big bet that stakeholders were going to be able to define their own innovations and to bring them to life along the project. And I hope after this event you will see some of the innovations, you will see the work we have done, and you will see that this bet worked out quite well, hope so. Of course, we were innovation strategies was also in the center of the project, and as I said, we try to combine technological and non-technological innovations, because most of the times, or at least sometimes, we rely too much on technology. And non-technological solutions like establishing good networks or developing governance tools, etc., are very much at the beginning of those. And most of the times we have seen that we have to correlate both of them. One without the other doesn't work very well. And there was an interventional research project. So on top of imagining those solutions, we wanted to implement them, to test and to validate if they work out of no. You will see that some of the innovations that were co-created and selected in the pilot cases work very well, and others didn't work, such is life. And of course, this is also a very interesting lessons learned from the project. So that closes one door but opens another one. I will not go very much in detail on the pilot cases, because you will be seeing the main actors of those pilot cases presenting their results. But just to have a look very quickly, that we got quite a diversity of value chains and final products, and even actors participating in this project. So I am trying not to jeopardize the next presentations you will be hearing. But very quickly, we came up with 19 technological and non-technological innovations that were implemented and tested in the 7 pilot cases, so an average of 2 to 3 innovations per pilot case. And some of them were innovations affecting the process, some others affecting the management, and some others targeting the products, the final products that will be reaching the market. But some other results on top of this innovation is that more than 100 European innovative value chains were identified and assessed in this mapping and assessing first step of the project. 20 innovative sustainable business models were selected out of those 100 and were studied in deep. We got this report establishing a first baseline on how people think public policies influence the sustainable innovations in agri-food chains. Well, we develop a SICO framework. Josh Byman from Wageningen will be presenting this later on, but we have also developed a certification mark on undesired microplastics production, which is a very top subject at the moment. We developed a business model toolkit to help our innovation leaders to bring those innovations to market. And we developed also a joint policy brief, very much in collaboration with the sister projects, some of them present today, and that will be also participating in this event. And of course, as I said, trying to maximize the impact of the project was also one of our targets. So we have gone up to more than 15,000 website visits so far, more than 120,000 impressions in social media. 500 people read our 8 newsletters. We are finalizing these 100 practice abstracts, not still there, but in the next weeks we will be there. We have produced 3 leaflets, a number of videos that have been distributed in different ways, and 1 policy brief. We have produced so far and published 7 scientific articles, and we have 3 more coming to be published in the next weeks or months, perhaps. We have attended more than 25 congresses and conferences, giving lectures or presenting posters with our results. In the last 3 months, in every pilot case site, a national multi-actor workshop has been developed, targeting more the stakeholders around the pilot cases. And also, one has been conducted in Slovakia. We will have also Daniel from the bioeconomic cluster of Slovakia presenting the multi-actor national workshop they developed some weeks ago to present also the results of CoFresh. And 7 international cross-exchange visits have been organized in every one of the 7 pilots to present in a more practical way what has been done in each pilot case. And part of this impact maximization was the collaboration with the sister projects. It was really a great experience we got, collaborating with altogether these 5 projects, Fairchain and Plutos from the same called and CoFresh, and Futureof and Low in Food from RUR 07, more focused on preventing and reducing food waste and losses. And it really permits us to do much more things that we were being able to do on our own. And one example is that yesterday Futureof held his final event here in the same room, and we got a very interesting exchange all together talking about cooperation. And today you will see in the policy brief part also the representation from other sister projects. Well, not unfortunately, Plutus, for example, finished some months ago, so they are not here, but the others are represented. So, and I would like to just to highlight one of the very nice collaboration we got together, and that was the Sustainable Food System Innovation Platform. This is a platform that comes from a previous project. It was created in a single project, a smart chain, that finished something like 1 year or 1.5 years ago. And this is one example of how an effort that is conducted in a single project can find its way to keep on receiving funding and keeping alive after the project ends. So that was something we even imagined when we were writing this proposal 4 years ago, and we said, we know other groups that are submitting proposals in the same topic. Let's talk with the ones you knew, not all of them for sure, and check if they could be ready to join forces to keep this platform working on. And really, as there was something that was repeated a number of times yesterday in the Futureof event, and that was do not start from scratch. Try to start from what already exists. And many times it requires some generosity for the people that did before, and to open, for example, the code of a platform and permitting others to get in, even if they were not there from the beginning, but have something to contribute. And it's an excellent way of making the most of the European funds. So this is an example also we wanted to share with you. And of course, you have here the QR code to access this platform, or you have many, many ways of accessing them. So I just finishing my intervention, my introduction, just inviting you to visit our webpage. Most of the results I was commenting are in form of deliverables or links you can download or access from our page. So please go in and have a look. And before going to the next part, well, this is a big number. We have been trying to sum up. So when you sum up the people that has been impacted by the project in a 3.5 years project, well, the numbers are quite amazing. And I wanted just to finish with a short video we have produced for the project, and that will be the end of my presentation. Okay.
Why stand alone? Why keep trying on your own? Why are good ideas being lost? Just think for a minute. What if we could contribute? What if we could cooperate? What if we could co-create? Welcome to the transformative power of collaboration. Welcome to CoFresh, a systemic approach to new ideas. Because we believe co-working is more than sharing a space. It's about clearing new ways of thinking in a continuous learning process. The CoFresh project aims to provide techniques, tools, and insights on how to make agri-food value chains more environmentally sustainable, socially balanced, and economically competitive. In order to achieve this, CoFresh has studied 7 pilot cases in 6 different European Union countries. With a main goal in our horizon, fostering innovation strategies through the integration of each and every stakeholder in a comprehensive process. A process that we call the co-creation framework, the very core of the CoFresh initiative. Starting in 2020, we called all the partners to engage since the very beginning. And soon we managed to create a collaborative environment within 7 pilot cases that generated multi-stakeholder working groups, organizing several workshops with a focus on bi-directional information flow. These interactive sessions promoted useful dialogue, fostering a rich tapestry of perspectives and insights, creating value through transparency, consolidating a dynamic network that became a valuable asset that produces tangible results. So we encouraged every partner to take action, to listen, to be heard, to take decisions with sustainable innovation in the spotlight. CoFresh has generated remarkable results from a quantitative point of view. Now let's take a look at the CoFresh initiative major achievements. First, we managed to assess the collaborative dimension of the SOI process of change with an action-oriented toolkit. We introduced a capital C, and we called it SICO, a new framework that has proven to be as versatile as effective. CoFresh has also taken firm steps to mitigate the unintentional release of microplastics along the production, distribution, and purchasing of food products. That's why we created a new certification scheme that intends to be an additional standard adopted in the whole chain, a safe bet on awareness, transparency, and traceability. Now we can say our efforts have been rewarded in many different ways. 7 pilot cases in 6 different countries give evidence of what we consider an emphatic success, with innovative solutions that back up our methodology. Sustainable improvements that are technological, operational, market-focused, or even nutritional. The whole value chain is involved one way or another. And every partner, every stakeholder has been able to confirm the many advantages of cooperation within diversity. So what is CoFresh's best outcome? Just one word: strategy. The creation of a convergent space where co-working, communication and co-creation is now consolidated, so we can get together and meet again for innovation. So no one is alone anymore. And no idea is missed. CoFresh, co-imagining a growing future.
Oh, that was Elena's. Okay, so thank you very much. And I would like now to introduce our first speaker, Peter Smith. Since 2014, he has been member of the European Economic and Social Committee, Group 2 workers, and he has occupied different positions from presidents of the EEC's Permanent Study Group on Sustainable Food Systems. And also he has been for a period the president of the EESC's Sustainable Development Observatory. And since October 2020, I have to say, the month where CoFresh started, Peter is the president of the NAT section of the European Economic and Social Committee, responsible for agricultural, rural development and environment. So the floor is yours, and we will listen to your words, Peter. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Ines. Ladies and gentlemen, let me thank you first for this really kind invitation for this. I must say, when I woke up in the morning, and as all of you, you ask yourself, what can you expect for a day like this? The first view was out of the window. You would say, okay, the sun was coming up and it would be a nice day, but it was not the case, because I have painters at the house, and they do not give a nice picture for that. And I said, okay, now let's go to Avenue Louise and see what I can expect. And honestly, this is an amazing project. So, and I'm really curious to see in depth the results, what you have been working out. So why is it an amazing project? And in this time, we have to see what is going on. At the same time, what we have to do to bring an added value into the debate when we talk about Europe. And this is an example where we can show what Europe is doing, not can do, but what Europe is doing. But before going into this, allow me to introduce myself. Thanks for the kind introduction. My name is Peter Schmidt, as already mentioned. You mentioned my position, which I have in the ESC, in the European Economic and Social Committee. But my background is I'm a German trade unionist. I'm a trade unionist coming from the food sector. I dealt, with all the problems what people, working class people have in the food supply chain. And my real background in the past was I'm a cheesemaker. So it means I'm a cheesemaker, yes. So it might be surprised for some people saying, okay, Germany, cheesemaking, yes. We produce really, really good quality cheese. But this was kind of a background which is exotic for Brussels. Tell you, no? People coming from the ground, going to Brussels, and then start to work and get into the policy-making process. So people sometimes look at me as someone not from this planet. And I would, of course, use the opportunity to stick to this cliché. So that's why you made the first mistake, giving a trade unionist the micro. So that is going to be very dangerous. So that's why Ines tell me if I'm going to stress too much on the time, but also on some content points. The ESC is a body which is founded already in the Roman treaties. And this was a very smart decision from these people designing this body. We in Germany, we do not have a similar construction. But the construction is really interesting. Why? Because we are united in 3 groups. We have group 1, these are the employers. We have group 2, these are trade unionists like me. And we have group 3, these are the civil society organizations, consumers, farmers, environmentalists. And what we do is we work out in study groups positions, and we call them opinions. And with this position, we try to have an impact to policy making. And we have a similar process like in the parliament. We go to the section, means that we discussed it deeply, and then it goes to the plenary. So why I'm telling you this, because once we come to a position, then it is already a position which is reflected in the civil society. That we come with our background, and once we make a compromise, then you can trust that this is a compromise which is also accepted within civil society organizations. So keeping that in mind, we organized over the years, you mentioned that, in different areas, but especially in the food supply chain positions. The first one was having a holistic approach, having a holistic view in the food supply chain. One of the mistakes which we have is the fragmentation here in Europe, but also in the member states, that we do not really go across the food supply chain. What we have is, we have different systems, separated, fragmented systems. The one is on the farmer side, the other one is the processing, and in the retail. And in the end of the day, all are pointing out that the consumer is making the choice. And this is an issue what we have really to overcome, ladies and gentlemen. And that's why this project is such a nice project to show through a process of co-creation, as you said, but I would like to use much more the wording of cooperation instead of competitiveness. You have competition but the point is, and let me be crystal clear here, the reason why farmers are going to the street, the reason why other groups are going to the street and start with protesting is based and rooted in this wrong-leaded competitiveness and the fixed idea that the only thing what counts is that we compete with each other. But this, ladies and gentlemen, is against our nature. Our nature is not that we compete at every moment at the table with your brother, with your sister, with your parents, with your kids in order to get more food or the better food. Our nature is that we share, that we sit at the table and we share our foods together. And we do not go against, as we have it in the food supply chain. When I'm strong on this, I'm always a bit surprised that we do not really discuss that in depth when we see the problems what we are facing with. So what is the race? The race in the food supply chain is always to go on the cheapest product. It's always the same. And we do not have a race. Who is the best in quality? Who is the best in sustainable development? Who is the best in social aspects? We don't do that. We have companies, they are just built in order to make money, and it doesn't matter for them whether they produce healthy food, healthy diets for the health of the planet and the health of the people. Why I'm so strong on this, expressing that? Because if you do not address this point clearly, and I do not know the details now, but I guess that you also touch these points in a way that you bring a fair share into the food supply chain. But if we don't do that, we can produce projects and whatever. We won't overcome the situation as we have. Give you an example. We have a common agriculture policy, which is the biggest part, as we know, from the European budget. And we give a lot of money to farmers. Fair enough. No? I don't want to contest this, that this has to be done. because they need the support. There's for me no doubt. But in the debate, there's an implication that we do not have enough money in the food supply chain. And this is wrong. This is a totally wrong narrative. If you go and have a look in the big multinational companies, I don't want to give names. You know all of them. And I tell you, I was as a trade unionist when I was in charge of international European affairs. I was in charge of the big multinationals. And the biggest one was my responsibility globally. I know these companies very well. Has anyone a clue what is the profit on the turnover of this company, of these companies? Figure? Any idea? The percentage? 1%? 5%? 10%? 12%? 15%? 18%? 20%? Some of them have 23% profit on the turnover. On the turnover, not on the capital what they invest, on the turnover. And ladies and gentlemen, no one can tell me that this is sustainable. No one can tell me that this is fair if we have a food supply chain, that we have some of them, they get the money and they grab the money and then the farmers have to go to the street and workers and others, small and medium enterprises, and tell us that we have to give them more through taxpayers' money and they do not address the real problem in this society. The real problem is the greed of management and other players and investors in the world. Give you another example. Do I have still time? Okay, 5 minutes. I had to, so thank you. So they have a negotiation. Please negotiate and tell me. Another example is food speculation. We had spiking prices after the Ukraine, the Russian invasion to the Ukraine. What was the reason for that? The reason was food speculation. I don't know whether you know. Four companies control the global food commodity market in the world. Imagine, 4. And they know, they have more information as the rest of the global community, like FAO, like the member states of the UN. They have more information about the food production as the rest of the world community in food systems. What they do is, they know exactly which kind of vessels, which kind of tankers they send to Brazil, to Namibia, to Rotterdam in order to bring the products there because the price is in that case higher or that. Or they keep it in a way. So, and after the Ukraine situation, they took this in a way to speculate at the markets, and you could see the spiking prices. And it was not that farmers or retailers got this, but you had to deal with this. You had to talk to the consumers and tell them this is the situation of this. So that means these are also the real problems. And coming back to this, to projects like this, so I'm just in the introductory remarks. So if we talk about sustainable development, if we see that the planet is already in the boundaries, we have only 2 years and 3 months for the budget of CO2, 2 years and 3 months that we scratched the 1.5 degrees. So 2 years and 3 months. If we do it business like usual, then we are there. I don't have kids. But some of you have kids. My question is, what do we tell them? What do we hand over in the end? Money or a planet? A planet which we could experience, at least my generation, which was still intact. But we have the responsibility now. And that's why let me congratulate, and I don't want to stress you too much, and I don't want to go into details what the ESC did. All on this what I talked about is what we worked out. You find that online. You can find our position papers. These are our positions, what I told you today. But I would like to express an invitation. Once the project is so far as we see, then you're welcome, and you're invited also to present this project in the ESC in order to show other ways of working together. The keyword is cooperation. The keyword is not competition, that we compete with each other. So that's why I'm happy to see this project. Congratulate, and thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Peter, for this. I think very clear exposition of the position and so many, let's say, logic things you said that should be generally accepted, but sometimes we do act in the opposite way. That should be a logic, but thanks so much. Okay, so let's go with the project presentation. I would like now to introduce Jose Maria Gil, Chema. Okay, Chema, he is the director of the CREDA, the institute working in agro-food economics. He's integrated into the Polytechnic University of Catalonia, and he's responsible for the food chain and consumer behavior analysis team. And in the COFRESH project, he was working, well, he worked in different parts, but in particular, he led the co-creation methodology. So I'm giving you the floor now, Chema. Okay.
Thank you, Ines. So that was a challenge. Well, when we wrote the proposal, we didn't, so we talk about co-creation, but to be honest, I didn't know exactly what we are going to do during the proposal, because it has been a big challenge there. But after 42 months, I have realized what was our main intention, that the protagonist and the video says is the stakeholders. So only the academic partners have tried to help the stakeholders to arrive to the objectives or the goals they wanted to achieve. And I remember also at the beginning, remember the first meeting we have in October, where all the stakeholders there, well, what's that about the co-creation and so on. But after 3 years, I think that the result has been quite nice. Anyway, let me talk about Raquel advised me, 10 minutes? Yeah. So co-creation and co-innovation is a hot words today. I think that every project, every proposal now at least have some something. Co-creation, co-innovation, co-cooperation, whatever. So it's a very hot. But usually the idea is more related what we can say about living labs or whatever. So no, we have some stakeholders, and then we provide information, and then we have some small feedback, and that's all. But it's mainly in the stakeholder was in the dissemination work package. Like now we have some issues, we collaborate, we are researchers, we are very good, we are going to try to solve, and then at the end of the project, we deliver, and then you tell us what we are doing. And that was more dissemination, that's co-creation. So this is a little bit unilateral, and I think we have done something different there, because at least to my understanding, co-creation means promoting active participation, which is difficult. I think remember October, the first meeting, how we tried the difficulties to engage all the stakeholders involved in all different case studies in order to make them understand what we are doing. So it was not easy, So we have to engage them since the early stages, and that was one of the characteristics of this project. We have had a lot of bilateral relationships. It's not multilateral, it's bilateral, because each case study is different and have with a different speed. So we have a lot of continuous feedback and then training. Training has been important. Try to homogenize a little bit the way of work. That's very important that the results are part of the outcomes of the project. And let me check about this. So in the traditional approach, and instead in most of the proposals, we have inputs and outputs. And our inputs is infrastructure, money, human labor, patents, whatever. And then usually, even when we talk the expect impact in the different projects, we talk about outputs, number of publications, number of meetings, number of policy briefs, number whatever, but that's output. The problem is to what extent those output have a real impact in terms of profit, more profit, less cost, more environmental, so a real impact. And then we need the intermediaries. In that case, we have identified the intermediaries to pass from the outputs to the impact. And that has been a totally different approach, and at least in the previous projects, and it is one of the characteristics. I don't know if we have got a lot of results, but at least the methodology to engage stakeholders has been quite positive, at least from my point of view. This is more or less. So what are key issues when we're talking about? I can identify like 4 words. So it's engagement. We have some meetings at the beginning with our sisters projects, and the most important thing, how will you engage stakeholders? How you engage stakeholders? And the idea is that we make them realize that we are working for them. That we are, and this is the most important thing. So the second is a bottom-up approach, which is we are not making research and then disseminating. It's not this that we need what they need, and then we try to solve the problem. So the bottom-up approach is, I think, is quite important in order to have a very good calculation. This is very important: respect and objectivity. So we belong to different worlds, but then we have to respect the views and from all the stakeholders, and that's also quite important. And my 4 is completely exchange and bilateral information. I think that if I have to define those issues, I will put this kind of 4 words or 4 statements. And then I'm going to go very quick because something is mentioned in the video, something has been mentioned there. So we start the collaboration with the stakeholders since the beginning, from the first, and then we have 4 meetings along there. And then we have to define like 2 steps. The first 2 steps is to define where we are. And the second 2 steps is where we want to go. Okay? And then the ending the project is only in a middle way, because still there are something to work and then people are going to work. But this is the first half of the project. We are devoted to see where we are, where our situation, try to make a self-assessment, and the second is where we want to go. Okay, that's the 2 steps. Not here. Okay, so let's a little bit go into the. Okay.
7 minutes.
Oof. Okay. 5. Okay. So this is how we contact the stakeholders since the very beginning, and we have try to and then the second thing is that one important thing is that the stakeholders was part of the members of the consortium. At least in each of the case studies, there was a member which is also member of the consortium. It's not something that we invite to participate. It was member. And then so he has a budget and he has a responsibility. And that was very nice to have a responsibility. And then they were good enough in order to make a working group around them. And that was quite interesting. At the beginning, they didn't know to what. But at least they started to do that. Then we have we form a working group. Then we were all pilot case study leaders were training, and I have to thank them because of availability and respect what we say, and then we're trying to understand the position, so it has been quite well. And then this working group met 4 times during there. And then, so the first method was to try to identify where we are, and we use this kind of techniques. I'm not going to talk about the techniques, because the techniques are the techniques. I think the most important thing is what we do. So the idea is to what extent where we are. We make some sort of analysis, and people realize which is the main problems. And identifying the main problems, they want to say, okay, what we have to do in order to solve the main problems we have. And this was the first strategy. So, and this is where we want to go. Let me go to the. So in the first workshop, we have 3 types of innovation. They have to decide in product, in process, in managerial, and then we have a questionnaire, and we make some rounds, and there was a kind of consensus. It was not easy, but it was not difficult, and it was a very collaborative process. Anyway, that is methodology is in the presentation. So let me talk about what are those things most important. What were the challenges? Incentivizing participation of supply chain. They were members of the consortium, they were leaders, they give some responsibility, and because of that, I think they were engaged on that. Then we have some technical challenges that to provide results immediately in order to the groups, so we cannot have the focus groups and then them say results. We solve technically, and we have the reactions in seconds, and then we develop a common framework. What our opportunities? Consensus. Everything was agreed by consensus, so we didn't impose anything. I think we only tried to help the stakeholders in order to identify what they need, and with our possibilities, because we cannot solve every problems. But that was consensus, engaging, and use of internet tools for voting. And the best practice I think we have learned is coordination and training. Training has been a key issue in order to success. Okay, the results was in the video. 203 innovations were identified. 203 innovations were identified. 63 innovations was the most voted. 9 innovations per each case study. So it was a lot of work in trying to do. And finally, we select the key number of 19. But out of 203, so it was completely open, 203 innovations. Okay. So this is a little bit the process, but I think that because Raquel is going to talk a little bit later about that, I'm not going to be involved. So it's only that we work together, we link it, our presentations. And then we are going to and then once we decide, then CNTA coordinated all the innovation, and then we have the second, and there has been 2 more meetings in order to identify the progress and so on. And the most important thing is that from the 8 case study, we have able to identify the key impacts, because we have collected some indicators, and we know exactly what's happened at the beginning before the project and what is now, which is not at the end of the project, but what is now, the big changes have been. And it's not impacts in terms of publication, whatever, it's in terms of losing more profit, more impact, more consumer awareness about plastic or whatever. So we have real impact with the systems. Also, a key issue here is that we evaluated the innovation from a system point of view, with systems working in the surrounding area where the case studies were there. And there has been very nice results, with a lot of people living in Spain or in Poland, or thinking totally different about what is more important for the sustainable innovations. Quite nice. But this is for the next publication, so keep alert. Okay, and that's all. Okay.
Thank you very much. So we made a very good resume, but pilot cases that are here around, they understand the work they really had to make this to reality. So after the coffee break, they will have the occasion, each one of those to present what they did. And I will also ask them to also to mention a little bit how was the collaboration climate with, because each pilot case was in the stakeholders round table. They were farmers, producers, processors, retails, whatever. And yeah, at the very beginning, I remember most of you told me that they were looking at one to the other on a little bit like this, no? But once the trust was going there, and with this approach that things were being doing for all of them, or any of them could take advantage of this, the reaction changed a little bit. Okay, so now it's time to talk about a policy brief, right? So would like to give the word now to Edelvis. Edelvis Lopez Davila. He's the work package leader in sister projects cooperation, and in particular, he has also been dealing with this understanding which inputs could be nice for policymakers to have on CoFresh. So we are also inviting some participants from the other sister projects, but I don't know if you want to make first the presentation and then invite the people, or if they come from the very beginning. Yeah, okay. So would like to invite now Daniel Rossi. Sorry.
Agnese and Daniel.
Yes. So Daniel from Fairchain, and Agnese from Futureof. And we are going to take some seats for you, okay? Hi. Okay, so I give you the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Ines, for the presentation. And thank you, all of you, for attending here today. I would like to say that I have a great pleasure to represent the team of UCAN, and also representing the voice of all the partners involved in the task 7.3 from the project. Without the contribution of many of you, we'll not be able to prepare this policy brief, because, I mean, from my point of view, we did a really nice cooperation work, holding through the whole process time of the project, brainstorming session, workshop, also the contribution from you, from many of the national workshop that you did it, and so on. So big thanks to Jos from Wageningen, Ricardo from Univo, Agnes and Kathleen from Kisletek, and Katarina, and also Daniel Ax from Bioeconomic Cluster from Slovakia as well, in the name of the CoFresh project. So this is more or less the structure of our presentation today. So we will talk about a little bit of the contestation of the policy, and then we will talk about main results from the project Futureof and CoFresh, and then we also invite the sister project, and that it will be a presentation from Daniel Rossi from Fairchain, and we will always reserve some time at the end for question and answer from the audience. Let's say that what is a particularity here in this session today, and we saw since yesterday, is that from one side, Futureof is coming from the Rule 7, focus more in the prevention of food loss and waste, and CoFresh is more focused in the co-creation innovation process. Anyhow, we create together with other 3 projects more a nice cooperation ambience where we went 5 of them in different topics. But also because from the Commission we get some kind of a mandatory request that we might work in cooperation between us. So even if from CoFresh we have the main goal of the policy was focusing to create awareness on supporting an innovative solution to the study value chain case output to policymakers and funding, blah, blah. Then also the Futureof have a similarity goal to analyze a legal and economic barrier to food loss and waste prevention, review to relevant legislation, and so on. I would like to more or less in a brief to explain the methodology behind of each of the project. So CoFresh performed the policy brief, was able to through a consultation activity, let's say a 3 workshop session with tax partners at the beginning, and also with the sister project, 2 national workshop, 2 interviews with a pilot case partner Moment, 3 back session also requested from me to the other of the partners, from also participating in the SCAR AKIS and SCAR food system, and also interacting with the AP Agri in some of their sessions to have some feedback from them, also to present some of our ideas and how we would like to perform and develop the policy brief. On the other side, Futureof followed the methodology approach involved 4-step process The first one was a literature review on food loss and waste factors, engagement of Futureof pilot, and also associate region in barrier identification at the EU level, assessment via survey and validation through policy roundtables. Also, they emphasizing early in stage of the food value chain due to literature gap, the process incorporating involving data from a legal and economical barrier to food waste survey, and also engaging the over 150 food value chain actors across Europe. To finalize this step, informed the preparation of the 2 policy workshop leading the co-creation of this delivery. Once in analyzing, studying the both report from the project, from CoFresh and Futureof, we identify some common points, some similarity, even if we were looking to different focus, co-creation and reducing food loss and waste. We were able to identify some common topic like a power imbalance across actors on the food value chains actors, need for concrete incentive from the sustainable resource management and also co-creation approach, and also some stakeholder engagement and better dialogue between researchers and policymakers across sectional cooperation. What we identified there is also a common point from both projects that we highlight from our expert in our consortium is that the pricing of the product, in the case of the impact on the food loss and waste, along with challenges posed by aggregation, large corporation, returning also what Peter mentioned before, already returning to short food value chains, and local market can help regulate this imbalance, with demand driving food production serving as an illustrative example. Let's say our requesting from this main common point will be kind of a, we would like to have or see from the Commission, also from the EU level, more robust market regulation by the EU trade agreement, and also correction of externalities. Then we also have like a common point, no food waste allowed for the wholesale retailers, in forcing the food value chain actors to act differently and change their corporate decision based on enacted legislation. And then we also kind of requesting from the EU level, so national level reform on food loss and waste, prevention, coordination at the EU level on target and approach, promotion of good practice, and also system level performance reporting to boost local or zero waste and climate neutral food system. And also on the last, but not less, is the establishing of the food loss and waste prevention unit, bringing role between public authorities, policymakers, as business, and the research community. In this regard, we highlight also in our report as a similarity from both, establishing of food loss and waste a prevention hub at the regional level, with all the regional hub connected at the national level, system of knowledge flow, and also sustainability education obligation all the EU countries. So it's also working with the children, working what we want to, what is the message that we want to give to our child, as also Peter mentioned at the end also of his presentations. I was really happy when I was listening to his. Okay, we are more or less in the same speech. Let's say that not only similarity we're presenting in the policy, we also have some particularity that we would like to highlight here and present today. What are the particularity from one project and also the particularity from the other project? So in this case, I would like to let's say give highlight some question for the project Futureof. So I would like to ask Futureof if you can present some question from me. I mean, answer some question that from the CoFresh we highlight, and perhaps you will. Futureof will also highlight some question that they found interesting for the case of the CoFresh. I will read quickly the question, and then you can have an idea of the question. If I, no, okay. So, yeah, I don't know how. Okay. Just the first question is quantify and document food loss and waste data comprehensively across all food value chain, actors and business. Establish accessibility regional hub to store and share project generate data, fostering improved dialogue between, and then I cannot read no more. Ale. No, it's not working here.
I can start explaining.
Yes, for sure. Please go ahead.
That's
not
part
here.
of.
No, here,
No,
okay.
no problem. Okay, thanks very much, Edelvis and Ines, for inviting us as a sister project to this policy session. We are happy to share our results and, as we did before, share the complementarities in the work we have done. These slides that follow will, shows the results of the policy assessment we have done in Futureof within Work Package 4, and they aim to summarize a bit in a very few concepts many of the legal and economic barriers that we found while doing the assessment. The first main challenge that we found is that we lack transparent actor-based full loss and waste quantification and reporting tools at national, at regional, at local level, therefore also at European level. And what we call for is a transition towards knowing how much waste we produce and knowing what kind of waste is inside there. And then moving to a black box to a quantification that is really actor-based. The second main challenge is that we still do not account the true cost of the different food products that are on the market, and that consumers pay high prices because there are a lot of profits in between the food value chains, and farmers are not paid the fair prices for their products. And the other thing is that everybody should be made accountable for the practices in food production systems that they deploy, and this is not happening at the moment. So I will walk you through these three concepts based on the results of the policy assessment we have done in Futureof. This was probably common to many of you, the first outcome of the 2020 mandatory reporting on food waste that was published in 2022. And we got to this figure. We, in 2020, at the end of 2022, 2023, we took the data and we looked what is into this data. Of course, it's accessible to everybody online. These are the data, we looked into them, and this is what we found. The ones highlighted in yellow are countries where actually data have been estimated, not really quantified, and this accounts for 10 out of the 27 member countries of the European Union, which is something less than 0.5% of the entire population of the European Union. If you move down and you look at the countries in orange, pink, whatever, we have 5 countries, EU countries, accounting for more than 100 million inhabitants, where actually different boundary conditions on the definition of food losses and waste have been used, leading to the inability to compare data across the food value chain stages, but also comparing data between different member states. And we still had 4 countries that were unable to report data, which means that they were unable to measure, quantify food losses and food waste across the food value chain. So this was the situation reflecting the situation in 2020. Last year, they published a second assessment based on the data reported in 2021, We didn't have the time to look into those data, but as we made just a comparison of the global figures that they are presented here, and this led to this overview. We see that we still are reporting about 55 to 53% of food waste generated at household level. Same figures for retail and distribution and HoReCa, and something is changing here in primary production and food processing. What we are advocating, and I'm very much in line with what you presented before, is that there is too much focus on the end consumers, households, and a bit also too much on the primary production. But in here, between food processing and HoReCa level, we really are not measuring. And then it means that when we define policies at EU level, we have to be very careful where we focus our attention on. It can still be that, I mean, we can, the main message is that based on the data that have been collected, we cannot say that the data are reliable at this moment, so we have to really be careful where we focus our attention on. This is why we call for actor-based quantification. We have to start moving out of just quantifying full losses by sector, but looking really at the performance of the different actors, because even when we work in primary production, we have different production systems where full losses produced by a small-scale farmer doing agroecology is different from the full losses produced by a large-scale industrial producer. So we have to really look at the full losses and food waste based on the type of actor that is in the value chain. We have to do this work across all stages of the food value chain, and as this is just what I mentioned, look at the different production systems and look at the performance within the different production systems in terms of food losses and food waste generation. Only once we have gone through these steps, we can have a comprehensive sectoral, local, regional, national, and eventually European overview of where the hotspots are and where we should act upon. The second main message we want to convey is that we have run this policy assessment where we actually, from the grant agreement, had to do only legal assessment of the barriers. When we started doing the legal assessment, we realized there were a lot of economic barriers that were intertwining with the legal framework. So we eventually ended up doing a legal and economic assessment of the barriers to food losses and food waste. We found about 40 barriers that we classified according to the different stages of the food value chain. We distinguished them between legal and economic. Here you just see a summary overview, but it's not all what we have done. We will prepare a fact sheet of all these barriers we have identified, and they will be publicly available. But this is just to tell you as well that we have some legislation that is at EU level and eventually implemented at national level that affects specific stages of the food value chain, but then we have also cross-sectoral barriers that are legal and economic that do affect the way we produce food and the way we produce waste. Here some example on different VAT regimes, on food donations, a very important issue on take-back agreements, where actually the price of producing food waste is not paid by the retailer that produces the waste because he's unable to sell the food at retail in the shops. But then they send back the goods to the producer, and the producer has to take the cost of managing that waste. Another very important point is the insufficient attention given to the logistic networks for redistribution of food surplus. and food donations, and then policy coherence. We see we have identified many conflicting interests between reduction of food waste and losses on one hand, and the Renewable Energy Directive. I don't go into the details of this, but just to give you an overview. And the last point is the accountability and action by all food value chain actors. We have the primary producers, we have the retailers and the wholesale sector. And I actually wanted to put that picture there because when we look at the different actors in the food value chain now, we just think about primary production, distribution, logistic, wholesale, retail, HoReCa, and consumer. But these actors there, which are food banks and all the actors that do food redistribution action, really need to be taken into account in the food value chain because they are doing an incredible job and they are just capturing a very small amount of all the food surplus at the moment, and they have to be given much more value than what they have at the moment. So of course, then we have the end consumer, but it was a choice of Food Aras not to focus too much on the end consumers for this policy assessment because we find that there is a lot of attention given to the end consumer, but as it was mentioned before, the choices that the end consumer can make are derived by what options the end consumer is offered and on the prices that are defined at the earlier stages of the food value chain. So we want to move from a current situation where we have low prices paid to the farmers and low market power of the farmer to a situation where we have more fair prices and wages and working conditions for the farmers and more sustainable production systems. At the retail and wholesale level, at the moment we have high profit margins. You were mentioning before very considerable ones, and high market power on both sides, on defining the price that the producer gets for their crops, but also on defining the price that the end consumer pays at the retail level. And we want to actually we call for a rebalancing of the profit redistribution across the food value chain, the removal of unfair trade practices, and that's something that we have done a bit with the solutions in Food Aras, support the retailers in having more precise demand management of what they can offer at retail level and then adjust their demand towards the producers. And of course, at the moment, there is no much accountability for food waste management at this level. In many cases, the surplus that is given to the food banks is something that would be waste in retail and wholesale, and they don't pay anything because it's out of their warehouses. So there is a need for rebalancing also on the food waste generation component. Here is what I mentioned before, an unrecognized at the moment role of the organization working in food surplus redistribution like food banks, and a lack of financing because about 90-95% of the people working in the food banks are volunteers, and they are based on donations, mostly by private organizations, so there is no role recognized even by the public sector. And then making them actually key players in food losses and waste prevention, recognize not only their economic role, but also their social role for the type of food redistribution that they perform, and transitioning probably that's what we suggest, more from a volunteering to a kind of a social enterprise where we retain the value of why the food bank is there for food redistribution, but also recognize the their economic role and then pay the people that work there. Concluding, again, we think we should look at all what happens before the food reaches the consumers and ask ourselves why we are wasting so much food at home, and rebalance also the food prices, because it's not at the moment. I think I was not able to put it in the slides, but with the let's say traditional system, the profit margin throughout the value chain that retailers make is about is 45%, and then in the traditional chains. But if you look at, for example, for short food supply chains, actually, and in the first example, the farmer gets only about 8% of the final price that is paid at the supermarket. But if we look at other alternative food networks, alternative ways of producing and purchasing food, then the farmer can get up to 20% of, even more, of the price that the end price. I think, sorry, more than that. So now, I think it would be very nice to see how this is also reflected in the findings that you have, in the assessment that you have done in CoFresh. And it would be then good to look into these 3 different aspects. The first one, and I think you will take over, the fact that there is insufficient fundings that hampers development in infrastructure and in the way we pay for the products. The fact that also in terms of workforce, there are shortages depending on where we look at. And in terms of the sustainability-oriented innovation, what are the requirements that we need for enabling this transition towards more sustainable food systems? So thank you for the attention, and I hand over to Edelvis.
Thank you, Agnes. Yes, well, as I presented at the beginning, for the invited participant here today beside the CoFresh, we would like to repeat like it. CoFresh focus also on the barrier, internal and external barrier that hide the implementation of the innovation that we come up on the project to the implementation on the pilot case. So the policy report is more focused on that. So what we would like that the EU level think about and look at the internal and external barrier that indeed the 7 pilot case plus perhaps the case of the Slovakia as are facing today on the way of implementing the innovations and more innovation focused on the sustainability-oriented innovation. In this regard, I will quickly try to answer these 3 main questions. So indeed, the lack of sufficient funding in agricultural value chains hampers infrastructure development and divert attention from sustainability concerns. In this regard, as a macro answer from the project, and also it's not just a simple question, it's also a question that comes from 3 workshops, 2 performed in Slovakia, in Hungary, other one in Slovakia, and also 2-time interview with the pilot case to have the base knowledge. Is that there is not only escalated cost, but also impeded the implementation of sustainability-oriented innovation as a result with, after those activities. There is a pressing need to prioritize funding mechanisms that support sustainability initiatives and ensure the availability of adequate resources for infrastructure development and also innovation. As an example, from those workshop activity, we have mentioned in our policy. Well, also the policies highlight how the lack of sufficient funding can lead to inadequate infrastructure for implementing innovation in agricultural value chain, but also, as example, farmers and processors may prioritize cost reduction over sustainability due to financial constraint, and also which hamper the adoption of sustainability-oriented innovation. This is one of the case observed. Related to the escalating cost, they have the deliverer also mentioned how escalating energy expenditure and burdensome innovation expenses further exacerbate financial and challenges within the supply chain. For instance, the high cost associated with adopting sustainable practice might deter value chain actors from investing in such initiative, so how they move from one to the other, and also in the diversion of attention from the sustainability. Financial constraint can divert attention away from sustainability concern. For example, downstream supply chain actors might prioritize the cost reduction to attract consumers to the store, leading to a short-term focus on profit rather than sustainability. This is also what is observed on those interviews. Related to the second main question, highlight from the Futureof partners, workforce shortage, collaboration gap, and also misalignment with the consumer interest pose a significant challenge to sustainability effort within the agricultural value chain. This is a fact that we observed also in our study. Based on that, it said that the fragmented nature of the supply chain, coupled with conflicting interests and a deficit of trust among the stakeholders, hinder effective collaboration. Based on that, addressing this challenge requires fostering transparent communication channel and encouraging collaboration platforms that facilitate open dialogue between researchers, policymakers, and also industry stakeholders. As an example, that is also mentioned in the policy that you can also read and get further knowledge on that. We have in the case of the workforce shortage, some of the workshop was discussed how the workforce shortage contribute to collaboration gap within agriculture value chain, and also, for instance, the lack of skilled labor might hinder effective collaboration among the stakeholders, and also leading to delay in implementing sustainability initiatives. In the second point of misalignment with consumer interest, the delivery also highlight the misalignment between consumer interest and expectation as a challenge to sustainability effort. For example, conflicting consumer demand might create challenge in designing sustainable products that meet diverse preferences. And I think it's also one of the challenges that today we have been discussing, also analyzed on the AKI's SCAR strategic working group, and also food system, how we want to implement, how we want to go further some strategy, like reducing the meat intake, migrating to meat derived product, but also we have to work also with the consumer. We need to see the acceptance of the consumer. We need to see if the consumer are willing to do that change, if the consumer are also accompanying us in that change. And then also the lack of trust and reluctance to cooperate. Also the delivery mentioned to the deficit of trust and reluctance to cooperate among value chain actors as barrier to collaboration, like the lack of trust between farmers and processors might hinder knowledge sharing and also joint innovation effort. As a third and big question, let's say that this involves establishing a comprehensive policy framework that prioritizes sustainability over profit. This is what is happening today. Aligning financial incentive with sustainable goals, and also integrating policy to address cross-cutting issues effectively. As a three small also example that you can also read in our policy report, which has a clear regulation and governance support. The delivery emphasize the role of government in providing clear regulation and supporting to business in navigating uncertain market. For example, policymakers can establish comprehensive policy framework that prioritize sustainability and provide financial incentive for adopting sustainability practice. In the case of coordination between policies, policy between regional place per member and inside one member state, also regional cross-border between member states or also between member states. So the liberal also suggests the importance of integrating policies to address cross-cutting issues effectively, for instance, aligning the Common Agriculture Policy Strategy Plan, the CAP, and also with other relevant policies that can ensure a coherent approach to promoting sustainability and innovation within the agricultural value chain. And for support of innovation, the delivery also highlight the need for government to support innovation through funding mechanisms and regulatory framework that, for example, establishing dedicated fund at the EU and national level can incentivize business to invest in sustainability-oriented innovation instead of just reducing costs. This is just an invitation to go to the communication platform of the project website. The first QR code is you go straight to CoFresh project. The second on the bottom, you go straight to Futureof, where you can see the full delivery. I hope you will. Yeah. In the case of Futureof, will come later, but this is the way. This is the address to go to the publication section. In the case of CoFresh, is already there. And this is just a brief for what you can see from that. But indeed, in our process, we were not alone. We also interact with the other sister project. And this is the time we also would like to hear from Fairchain, giving the voice now to Daniel Rossi. And Daniel Rossi will also talk not only to the policy aspect from the Fairchain, also how through a cooperation between the project, we also manage and discuss on other interesting topic. Daniel.
Thank you.
Yeah, here.
Okay. Thank you, Delvis. Very exhaustive. Just a few words about Fairchain and our experience on Fairchain project. We go further with this one, maybe. Yes. We had, as you know, a lot of cooperation activities between us with the sister. We spoke about that yesterday. These are the main activities we did, the plenary meetings, the cooperation activities are very, very strongly supported by all the sister projects, 5 projects, so we are very happy about that. We had working groups to find common interest, one in methodologies, the other one in co-creation activities, as Edelby spoke before. Then innovation platform, we share a very important website from Smart Chain to the innovation platform, very interesting one. A lot of communication and dissemination activities together, and then policy recommendation. What we may say on policy recommendation. In my long experience as responsible chairman of the Copa-Cogeca Working Party on Research and Innovation, Food Drink Europe Working Party on Research and Innovation. First of all, the best is the very enemy of the better. So we have not to think always about the best solution. Sometimes the suboptimal solution could be a better solution than the more clear one that we believe. Just to give you an example of this one, in my experience, as also CEO of a lot of companies, transparency is not the same of trust. We may have trust with not 100% of transparency. We may have 100% of transparency, but not trust. So it's not the same thing. A second point is that we share in Fairchain, also with CoFresh, is about the policy, the technology policy, how to transfer, how to bring technology, how to disseminate, how to diffuse that. The first thing that I saw in our test cases in Fairchain is that it's not only important to scale up, but is also, as Peter Schmidt said before, it's important to downscaling technologies. Because sometimes our small businesses need small technologies, niches, very low, modest quantity of production, but with top prices or high prices. So downscaling with the same efficiency is important, such as scaling up technology. Another part is the willingness to pay. When we speak about technology, when we speak about sustainability, sometimes we think that the consumer is now ready, aware to pay our efforts on that way, but it's not completely true. Sustainability now, for the consumer part of view, is a prerequisite, such as food safety in the past. So the willingness to pay is from 5 to 7% more, but you know that if you are doing real sustainability effort, the costs are increasing from 20, 30, 35% of our activity. So this is very, very important to understand that all the system has to grow up with average prices on that. Then, in terms of workforces, we have a very important gaps there, as we saw also in Fairchain. So we need a very hard program of upskilling and reskilling of our workforces, not only on the pharma sector, but also in the food industry, with bioeconomy, circularity, sustainability, and so on, climate change challenges, and so on. So one program is very, very nice, is the named Pacts for Skills. And the President van Leyen and also the Commissioner Nicolas Schmid started in April 23 to start with the Pacts for Skill activities. So it's very, very important to help them on the training activities. And then, last but not least, infrastructure. Infrastructure. Sometimes we paint the pharma sector as a victim sector, and the other part, the food industry, the large companies, are the bad guys in our activities. As Peter said before, I totally disagree on that. In my experience, because we are not victims. We need to aggregate ourselves. We need to cooperate in a better way. We need to reinforce a little bit our infrastructure and to help us to grow and to be together in a very, say, shorter chains. But just to give you an example from Ukrainian crisis, we got a lot of, as farmers, we got a lot of money because the higher prices on wheat and durum wheat help us to recompensate the lower price we had the years before. So last year and this year we have very high prices on wheat and durum wheat, just for example. Also in olive oil is the same. Also the wine sector is the same. So we compensate, we try to recover some difficulties we had in the past. So we are not a victim. We need to aggregate a little bit more. We need to find common and new business model. And that was the Fairchain results. New business models to help us to grow and to obtain our fair trade situation, our rebalance situation, power rebalance situation. And we start not from scratch because we know that we have the Fair Trade Directive, and we see that in our legislation. The only problem is how to apply the Fair Trade Directive in our situation, but we need to share also information on that and to not to reinvent the wheel, not to reinvent the legislation, but to use the legislation we have and to apply that in a very concrete way. Thank you very much. It's okay, no? No negotiation.
Perhaps, yeah, you can stay now here for some questions and answers.
Yes,
On this part, and Agnese, would like to invite you also to come to the floor. Well, you can keep this.
Agnes,
Agnes.
please.
Yeah, if any of you may have any questions or comments to add on this always not easy part of the policy advisors. There's one, Sepide. Introduce yourself also for the your name and institution for the people streaming.
Okay, I'm Sepide from University of Almeria. My question was about your project. you were talking about true calculation, true cost accounting. And my question is how it is translated, or are you going to translate it within just business models, or you are going to translate it in final calculation of the price, and who is going to pay this price? Consumers, or you are having a plan to kind of within the value chain find out how you can distribute this additional cost?
Okay, it's a nice question. Just a clarification, we didn't really work within Futureof on true cost accounting. What I show there is the fact that the barriers we have identified, they reflect a gap in true cost accounting. So this is why we put it there. What is also happening at the moment, besides nutritional labeling on food products, there is also environmental labeling coming up. Some retailers are adopting this kind of labeling, and maybe we can take the information that is generated through the definition of the environmental labeling categories to generate the true cost of the products. The fact is that at the moment, this environmental labeling, well, there are many discourses around it, but if it is made by the same retailer, then it doesn't make sense, because then we have a conflict of interest on how we actually value where the cost of production are. Once this labeling, for example, is made by an independent authority that takes into consideration the different production systems, because 1 kilo of tomato produced using illegal workers with no social rights cannot have the same environmental labeling and social labeling as a kilo of tomatoes produced by farmers that are paying the right price to farmers and so on. So we have to make also this distinction, and this is what I was also advocating for. We have to start going out of the paradigm of just thinking about primary production, or we have to go inside what is primary production, how it is a good is produced, by whom, where, and so on. So there is a lot of work actually to be done on that, but maybe we can take advantage of the data that are being collected to build up on this true cost accounting.
I'm just suggesting, because there is another project called Food Cost, and there are actually one of the work packages actually working on this labeling and communication with the consumers on the true cost and the market price of the product. And there, I think maybe some exchange within that project would be very nice.
Yeah, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments on this question? Minke?
Thank you.
Again,
Yeah. My name is Minke Burgers. I work for Food Valley NL. Also, hello to the online participants. I was wondering, in your research, because it was a very nice overview to see in the different value chain positions the amount of waste that is produced. Did you also gain insights in how to upcycle these waste streams?
Yeah, so within Futureof, we also had a component on how to actually reduce waste through upcycling. So we have some examples and some outputs that are generated in the Danish pilot and in the Slovak pilot. In the Slovak pilot, we did some adoption of technologies for upcycling of bread products, and in the Danish pilot there has been some life cycle assessment of where the environmental footprint is higher or lower for upcycling or for direct food waste management. So we have some output generated through the project, and is available through the deliverables that we're gonna publish on the virtual library. My colleagues have done that work, so I cannot really give you the insights of it, but I think it was very interesting assessment aspect of what is, sometimes we have to be careful also on not making upcycling a process that requires food waste generation. So the assessment that has been done on balancing the environmental footprint of the two options is something interesting to look at.
Maybe we can connect and switch content.
Someone from the wanted to add something on that,
Yeah,
and then I give the word to.
No.
Okay.
We have a question back there.
Cynthia, go on.
Hello, I'm Cynthia Janikova from the University of Almeria and also the Cátedra Coexpal, which is an association of producer organizations, and also which Unica Group, which is a member of CoFresh, is a member of. And I wanted to make a few observations. I think that, and I'm a professor, so I make no apologies for taking a scientific approach. I think we have to be very, very careful about making this a Western movie of good guys and bad guys. So I agree with that. But I think it's also really important that even though we are looking on the one hand at innovations and optimization to solve certain problems, and there's a lot of work to be done, and we can see that there's a lot of progress to be made, and we have made a lot of progress on those things, we shouldn't deny the fact that there are huge structural problems in our supply chains. And when we have figures about certain actors taking a huge chunk of the profits, it's not that they're bad guys, it's that the rules of the games perhaps don't function. And that also has to be a concern for us. We can't just turn a blind eye and say, well, let's just innovate our way out of this. I'm also a lawyer. I worked for the financial industry before I came here. So I very well understand how the rules of the game are fixed for certain actors. And it's fixed for certain actors in the financial sector, and it's fixed for certain actors in the food sector. That's just the way it is. And I think we have to have a very clear eye about that. Nobody's the bad guy here, but we have to take a very close look at this. And when we're dealing with the fact that certain structural non-sustainability, if you want to call it that, has such an impact on climate change, etc., this is a concern for all of us. So I think we need to have a really clear vision about what we're talking about and what can be done at various levels. We can do things in the market, but we also have to keep a very clear eye on the legal. So I would really looking forward to looking at the legal and economic barriers for Futureof. And congratulations also on your presentation, which I think is super interesting, and I'm really looking forward to the results of that. Thank you.
May I answer?
Yes.
Thank you very much. No, I say only that solutions are not simply. The food system are very complex, country-based, consumer-based, sometimes retailing based. So it's not so. If we take a top-down approach with a very pedagogical approach, the results are a disaster. So it's better to have consensus, to bring all together, not victims and bad guys, but all together, and try to bring all the system at a bit in a higher position, in a better position. And it's not so easy. I'm representing farmers, so we have no margin at all. Some years we are down, we have no profit, so it's very complicated. Our situation is always complicated situation. But if we still want to be an infant, and the others are the adults, we have no good results at the end. So we try to have to share responsibility a little bit more. That's my point in the future. Just to give you an example, the farmers have a lot of advantages in the fiscal matters, as you know, in Europe. We have not to pay taxes at all. We have normally exoneration of a lot of systems, and the food industry is not the same. So sometimes I'm asking myself, if we want to get credits, if we want to get investment, if we want to share long-term infrastructure there, we need to have a stronger shoulders to get financial assets. If you are always little, small, infant, it's not so easy to receive also money, to receive capitals, to be interested, to be more sexy for the investors. That's the point. You want to add something more on that? No. Yeah.
I have a comment.
Last comment, yes, please.
No, it's a very true statement. What you said is a system issue. On the fundings, actually, I have been looking into a very. I was interested in what's happening with all these CAP subsidies, and I had a look at the CAP subsidies in the 80s and the CAP subsidies nowadays. And if you just look at the subsidies, they went down. But if you look at the share of the CAP subsidies compared to the overall EU budget, they actually went up. And then you have to consider that we lost in the past 20 years 2 million farmers. So there has been an aggregation in Europe of the type of farming systems, and actually farmers are receiving more money than before. So it's really a structural problem that we have to address, and a distribution of the benefits and of the revenue that is generated throughout the food supply chain.
Thank you very much. I'm really sorry to interrupt here. I don't know, Edelvis, if you wanted to say something, but we are already a little bit delayed, and we are not alone here. We have people on the stream, so have to try to respect the timing. So, okay, or just
just to mention,
words.
Ines, indeed, that the presentation indeed of the Agnes and the work from Daniel are very nice. Also make a little some publicity or external, maybe more external, the information, like for example, we have here today also Peter Espanok, coordinator of the project EU Farm Book, as a platform where we will migrate a lot of results, good success result and good practice from done project, ongoing project, and future project. This is one of the platform or streaming way where farmers, advisors, retailers, and all involved in the short food value chain or the middle value chain could go there and see good example. And also Patricia from one of the projects who was focusing advisory service, because we think that also for those move that we want to go and result we want to harvest in the short and medium food value chain, we also need good guidance to the farmers and all the actors involved in the farming, and all together with a platform where we share the information with the good result of the guidance to the farmers and small enterprise. I think we might collaborate and also co-create a better business
this is
model.
great news that things will keep on going, and we'll really be building on what has been done in this sister project. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so now it's time for coffee break, but before that, we are going to make a picture of the group. So please follow Alisa. We are going to make the picture there. And we are back, since we have 10 minutes delay, so we are back at 12:30. For those on streaming, so 11? Okay, yeah, okay. You got me, right? So 11:30. Thank you very much. So see you in a minute. We will have lunch break in in a few time. So we are going to start now this second part. We are coming into the pilot cases section, right? But before starting this pilot cases session, we have just a few questions to be answered through Mentimeter, right? So take your mobiles, and I give the floor to Luis. Just 2 minutes more. People, it's coming in, but I give you the floor for this, right?
Thank you, Ines. Yeah, so if you want to go and enter through the QR code or through the URL, menti.com, this is just a little warm-up. So just if you can say which stakeholder category you belong to. Also for people online, I think they can also scan the code or access the survey, yeah? So don't hesitate, also people that are online to respond, so that we are aware of the assistance we have today for this final event.
Okay.
Maybe I will hide the code because it's hiding. Yeah, but you can also join with the menti.com. You go to Google or your browser, and can you access it? Anybody has any problem? The effect of coffee is still waiting. Yes. Okay, people are still reacting. We have a lot of others, so mysterious. A lot of experts and scientists, some producers also. Okay, just to have an idea of the audience that we have today. Okay, this was the warming up. Now, another question. It was the next question will be related to the co-creation methodology that Chema presented this morning. So, yeah, there are still people reacting. Tick tack, tick tack, tick tack. Okay. So now the next question. Do you think the co-creation methodology presented this morning could be usefully applied in the value chain you are working with? So this is interesting for us in terms of replicability of project results, to know to which extent this respond to stakeholders' needs. Great.
Yeah. People on streaming can also answer.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for your positive answers. And the last question for now, also related to co-creation. In your opinion, what would be the main obstacles hampering multi-actor collaboration and co-creation in the value chain you are working with? So we know all people that have been involved in co-fresh and in co-creation know that it has been sometimes difficult with different kind of obstacles and difficulties. So yeah, just to let us know what would be or what have been the most important hampering factors. Okay. I think we can let it here. We will have more questions later on, but it's okay for now. Thanks a lot for your participation.
Thanks so much, Louise. Okay, so now, 1 second, I need the 2 hands to do this. Okay, so now I would like to give the floor to Raquel. Raquel is head of technical department at CNTA. She is a microbiologist, but in this project, she holds the role of coordinating pilot cases. So Raquel, the floor is yours, and we will try to stick to time, 10 minutes each, okay?
Yes. But I am a part of the presentation, the introduction that Ines has told about me. I am the person who controls the time in this event, okay? That is my perform for carrying out the implementation of the proposed innovation after the co-creation process explained by Chema. After this co-creation process, it was time to implement the 19 interventions selected from the 7 pilot cases. CNTA's work within the framework of the Work Package 3 consisted of coordinating to the innovation leaders and sometimes to push them and to press them. Sorry for that. I know that I am very pressure person, and also consists of monitoring the proper implementation of each innovation. For each of the 7 pilot cases, the detailed plan for implementing each intervention was defined together with its monitoring and data collection plan. The implementation activities were carried out between January and September 2023. Some of the pilot cases kept on working a few months more to finalize the implementation, and in parallel, the data collection for the LCA, consumers, and socioeconomical analysis were carried out. The working team for each innovation includes the innovation leader, the pilot case partner, usually the leader of the pilot case, also the support partners, and sometimes other participants. And the implementation plan consists of a description of the innovation, the main benefits expected, and the work plan description with two main stages, the stage of innovation development and a demonstration phase. And finally, we included a schedule that we control during all the implementation plan. As Ines has mentioned before, and you have been able to see in the video, the pilot cases were located in 6 different European countries. Each pilot case was supported by another partner to help them to carry out the project activities. Each pilot case selected one case study to be studied during the CoFresh project. As you can see in this slide, and you will be able to see in the next presentation, the pilot cases are different one to the other, but we managed to make them work in parallel way with a similar methodology. That was one of the most important challenges that we had as coordinator of these activities. And each of the pilot cases, together with their support partner, have, as a result of the co-creation process, 2 or 3 innovations, and some of them will be explained now. Therefore, this is my short presentation. I adjust perfectly to the time, and I leave the floor to a representative of each pilot case representative, and the first one is my friend, my new friend, Alessandro Malerba, from the Terra di Soe, with the first pilot case. All is yours.
Thanks, Raquel.
Here you are. You can go through the...
No, I use this. It's better.
Use this, whatever.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I am Alessandro Malerba. I am... Oops, too fast. Okay, in any case, I touched too fast. I'm the owner of this organic farm, a very small and not so much sexy farm in Italy, company in Italy.
Not enough.
Not sexy also for the slide?
What are you doing?
Nothing. Alarm, everything.
Yeah.
What happened?
Okay.
Okay. We are only 7 people working in this farm, and my father-in-law, Domenico, called Mimmo, is the owner of the fields. Then my wife for lab administrator, and me for marketing and sales. This is our farm, our fields. In all our history, that is a long history, that's a traditional history from father to son. We introduced Le Terre di Zoe in 2012, but just before we like to innovate our company. For us, innovation is in 2 ways. Innovation of the product or the processing. So you can see the other important innovation. For example, we are one of the first in Calabria company that certified organic in 2004. Then we did our internal lab that is organic to transform our fruit. And the other important innovation is about the fruit. We have 15 hectares and we planted the pomegranate and in 2019 also avocado. Avocado is also for South Italy. We are one of the first company that produce avocado in Calabria. And then this is our idea of innovation, innovation, innovation. And also no internet. Okay. We transform our fruit in products. We have more or less 60 reference at all. And we produce all the product from our fields. So we have orange, clementine, bergamot, kiwi, lemon, olive. As I told before, we believe in certification and we believe in the sustainability. For this reason, we achieved all kind of certification for organic, and the global gap is for all the company at the situation. Our philosophy is to put the fruit in the jar or in the bottle. For this reason, we are a very simple process. We catch the fruit and we work the fruit into 1 or 2 days maximum, and we didn't use any kind of refined sugar, thickness, or preservative. So we are very, very natural. Also, our business is easy because we are looking for a B2B market, organic market. We have 70 shops in Italy that resell our products. We have some disti and some e-commerce. We are working with company to export more and more. I like to give you also some info about our market, our sellout, because we began this activity to transform the fruit, but during the year change the sellout of the fruit and the products. In these last 4 years, because of the war, the energy cost, the increase of the cost of the transport and packaging, we reduce the sellout for the product, but we increase the fruit. And so it's very important to stay in the market, to think, to look ahead, to think something different, and thanks to this kind of project in which there is not only my point of view, not only the Letterri Zoe point of view, but there is the point of view of the market, the stakeholders, and all the people that give me some inputs, some information to innovate. Thanks to this kind of project, we did 3 different kind of innovation. The one is the innovation of the smart irrigation to reduce the water. The other 2 is about the product. So try to find new products to compete in the market. Today we are talking about the innovation 1 that has the target to save the water, to reduce the cost of the energy and the cost of the manpower. And to do this, we need some people. Of course, every time we need people to do something different. We have the old style Mimmo and Peppe, the company that managed the field in the traditional way. And then we have, there is no Harris today, but we have the smart irrigation engineer from Greece. We'd like to compare the two way of irrigation, because the main challenge, the main target of the company is to preserve the water, to reduce the cost, and to manage better the employees. For this reason, we compare the similar area of Clementine, two fields with the same number of plants and the same age. One is managed in Mimmo's way, in traditional way, and the other in a co-fresh way with a controller and 2 sensors. These 2 sensors give us many information about the soil temperature, the soil moisture, the air temperature, and so we take all this data, and 5 minutes. I'm perfect. I'm in line. I see the slide, so no problem. So we compare, and from the data we choose to give more or less water to the co-fresh field, and at the end of the period is from June to October, we reduce the water, the irrigation for 24%. So it's a... What, sorry? 1 quarter. Yeah. We irrigate usually, last year we irrigate from May to October because the weather was different. we check, because the important thing is also to check, to compare the quantity, and we have less quantity in co-fresh fields, but we are talking about only 300 kilos, so not so much. But the important things is we have the same quality of the products, same size, that you know that in the market, if you want to sell the product well, you need to have a good size. It's good. And so the conclusion. So in 2 minutes, the conclusion. On our point of view, we achieve the first target, that is the water, save the water and reduce the cost. At the moment in Italy, the cost of water is not so relevant because we have a fixed cost with a policy table. So we have to think 5 years ahead and think about that this cost probably is changed because the water resource is decreasing. So probably it's changed also the way to pay it. We decrease the cost of management because now we can manage our field from mobile and we can check everything from mobile, and the employees then don't go and back to the field. But also another very important thing on my point of view, that we permit to be more flexible to the irrigation, and we collect data. Data are very important on my point of view to understand better the plant and the consumption. And this innovation, I don't see the video. I don't show the video. Okay. This is, well, we implement, because I go out of 2 minutes. Yeah, cut. Okay, you have to come to Calabria to see the innovation working. I have also a bed and breakfast, so yeah, of course, every time is business. But in any case, the important thing is the data, because the traditional way is very important. The people are very important because they have the knowledge, the experience. But if you have something in Excel that tell you the right way or the average of the water, the soil temperature, the soil moisture, and so on, I live better. And I think also that my field live better also. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. As you can see, we have tried to ask our pilot cases. We have chosen together with them one innovation per pilot case, not to have too much information in this event. So this was the one from Alessandro. And after all the pilot cases will go through here, we will have a round table, and you will be able to ask questions and to comment on different things with all the pilot cases if you agree. But if you have a specific question, you can also step in, right? So thank you very much. The second one is Sonia from Floret. Okay, so you can use either this or here.
Okay, thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. Before to explain the innovation that we are working on, I would like to tell some little words about Floret. We started the activity in 1998. At that moment, the four-range category of the salads and vegetables just to eat didn't exist in Spain, so we can say that we were the first one, and currently we are still leaders in the Spanish market. We have 6 factories in Spain where we pack the salads, but we are also our own farmers growing the vegetables, bringing from the factories in order to keep the quality of the vegetables. Some figures about Floret in terms of staff, cultivated hectares, vegetable varieties, number of salads per day produced, points of sale, and the invoicing of the 2022 year. This is part of our portfolio. We have a huge portfolio of salads and vegetables. We sell in two main markets, in retail, but also in the food service channel. And we have, I would say, a very simple process. Just harvest, select and cut, washing and drying, unpack and send to the client. I would say that our secret, the most important thing is to keep the cold chain during all this process. Sustainability is eggs in the company is a very important aspect, and this is why we are in the COFRES. As Ines said, we work in through innovations, but today I'm going to explain the innovation one, sustainable packaging and active packaging films, extending products' shelf life. Well, I start saying that Floret is a big consumer of plastics. Last year we put in the market more than 2,000 tons of plastic, and although the 100% of these plastics are recyclable and more than the half are recycled, we know that we need to improve this part of the company and to look for more sustainable materials. We know too, in addition, that our client, the final customer, is more and more worried about the impact of their consumption in the planet, and we are more and more legislation and laws. So the objective with this innovation was to reduce the conventional plastic consumption and reduce, if possible, the food waste. I'm going to explain you. We test 4 different materials. All of them was tested with our classic salad. It's one of our top sales. It's a mix of red baby leaf and green baby leaf. And our conventional material is a polypropylene 30 microns. So the first material that we test was a material made 100% paper. This is the aspect. We test different materials with different coatings that modify the barrier and the permeation to the gas. But we had bad results because even though these coatings, the permeation of the paper was too high, and the vegetables lose a lot of humidity. So it's not a material good for us, at least with the permeation that we have tested. Maybe we could try other kind of coatings. The second material was a bio-PBS. It's a bio-based material, also biodegradable, and we had quite good results in terms of vegetable conservation, but we have a lot of difficulties in the handling of the material. In fact, we had to make the bags manually because it was impossible to make the material works in our conventional machines. And in addition, it's a material with high cost, and is made by raw material coming from possible source of human and or animal feeding, which could be a problem for us. So we are not sure about the interest of this material in Floret. The third material was a polypropylene that had an additive that made that the material absorb the CO2 and humidity produced by the vegetable inside the bag. We test 3 different additive concentrations, but we didn't have quite good results in terms of conservation of the vegetables, and we had also some difficulties with the handling in the machines of this material. So, as in the case of the previous material, I will say that we should work in looking for a different concentration of the additive in terms to have a good result. And the fourth material was polypropylene that had also an additive that made the material biodegradable in soil. So in this case, we had quite good results. In fact, we didn't find any difference between this material and our conventional OPP in terms of machinability and so on. So we could say that this fourth option could be a feasible option for us. So with this material, we decided to make a consumer study. In fact, was CREDA who carried out this study with 300 consumers divided in 15 groups. The study was carried out in Barcelona, and the objective was to know if the consumer was capable, was able to understand the value, the added value of the material, and if they were willing to pay more for this material. The conclusion of the study was that yes, the 72% of the consumer were willing to pay more, and concretely between 25 and 30 cents of euros per bag. Actalia, who is a partner of the project also, make the LCA life cycle analysis based in the ISO norm and taking the functional unit 1 kilo of packed baby lettuce. They made the analysis with the paper option because we didn't have a good LCA database in the rest of the ocean, so there was no good data to model properly. And this is the results. As you can see, well, the blue bars are the paper and the orange bars are the polypropylene bags. The results are very variable depending on the impact category, but if we have a look to the single score, we could say that the difference is really slight, really small between the two materials. So small that we couldn't say that the paper is better than the OPP. But this LCA doesn't take in account the micropollution, the microplastic pollution, so this is an important aspect, and on this aspect we could say that paper is much better than polypropylene. To end, we are going to make a commercial, a real study of this polypropylene biodegradable. We will print our Apple reference, and we will sell in the real market during 1 month to ensure that the option is a good option. So thank you. Well, sorry. Some conclusions is very short. A lot of the materials has a high gas permeation, so it's a problem in the conservation of this kind of vegetables. Some problems in the machine behavior, as I said. Some of the materials are not recyclable, which we think is not a good option. High cost of the most of the materials. Consumer acceptance with the interrogation, and better life cycle analysis always with the interrogation. So now, yes, is the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sonia. I'm really happy to hear that you are gonna do this real test market, taking from the result of CoFresh, and I suppose this real study market is gonna be done under Floretta budget, because that will not be done under CoFresh. So it's great that some of the results and the knowledge you got from this project is going to be really taken to the real life, and you will see, and hopefully you will be implementing some of those. Thank you very much, Sonia. And now, pilot case number 3 is Food Valley. So, Minke, please. Okay, Food Valley. Here you are.
Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone.
It takes time.
It takes time, okay. So my name is Minke Burgers. I'm a passionate nutritionist, and the start of my career was in the dairy industry. I worked in various roles in R&D and commercial roles as well. Time changed, so I saw climate changing, I saw an increase in health concerns, but also I became a mom. So that made me think, like, is this the way forward? And I like the words of Peter, saying, do we want to hand over money or do we want to hand over a healthy planet? So I decided to move to a non-profit organization that's really focusing on the food system and on the food transition towards a more healthy and plant-based and profitable system, long-term. So at Food Valley, I work on this protein transition, and that's how I got involved in CoFresh. Together with Geert, a farmer from the Netherlands, we say a Dutch plant protein farmer. And he's not only growing faba beans, the key ingredient for our innovation, but also rapeseed. That's the great picture you see in this area. And in presenting this presentation, I actually also took on the learnings of the project. So we don't only develop the product, but also developed on our soft skills. So how to bring this product across and show it's very valuable, not only to the farmer, but also to the environment and to the consumers and all the players across the chain. So a small different setup than the two pilot cases that just presented. And I also want you to change your role for the coming 10 or maybe 9 minutes. So some people don't like to be pushed in certain boxes. So you have 2 options. You are either working at the caterer or at the retail. So just to check, Raquel, who are you?
Retail.
Great. Ines? The other. The supermarket. So yeah. Good to check. So I will take that in mind in my coming pitch. So this is really for you at the commercial side. Doesn't work. So both Geert and I know that supermarkets and caterers really have strong ambitions on the protein transition. So the products sold by the consumers really have to go towards more plant-based. So in the Netherlands, it's like an ambition of selling 60% of the product portfolio coming from plant-based products. And actually at this moment, it's only at 40%. So we know you have a challenge, and we know you want to meet your targets, and we are here to help you. And it's not only because of your own ambition that you want to go towards a more sustainable and healthy portfolio. It's also because of the CSRD, you really have an obligation to report on your CO2 emissions of your full portfolio. And especially for scope 3, that can be challenging because at this moment the chain is not yet that transparent, let alone the impact it has on the environment. So let me say again, we are here to help you. So this is Geert. He is an innovative and regenerative farmer, and he is creating healthy and very tasty food products. And he's not only doing it, this is not only valuable for the consumer, but it's also valuable for the environment and also profitable for the farmers in this area. So it's not only improving for the environment, but also for fair food prices. And how does he do it? So let me introduce you to one of the shortest product value chains of Europe. All products being produced and processed and packed within a 5 kilometers of distance. So this is really beneficial also for his area. You see here the faba beans. It's a leguminous crop, which means that it can fix the nitrogen from the air in the roots, where it's then solved. Secondly, he has his own windmill that produces enough energy to sustain his full production area. So we can say it's very much climate positive and within a very short area. But that is not all. you know, this leguminous crop, they really have a good impact on the soil. So in terms of soil improvement, because of also that nitrogen fixing, it's very beneficial. And the next crop growing on that field can still benefit from it. And secondly, he's also making use of wide areas for insects and flowers to flourish. So it can really help to stimulate the number of insects in your area so that they can, for example, eat the larvae of the flies that would otherwise impact your crop. So this was very much new to me. So he was really spending part of his area to generate this kind of biodiversity system that's really working together with nature. Back to Geert. So I mentioned he's also creating healthy and tasty products. You see here on the picture a great falafel that is produced and processed on his farm. This is Geert next to his milling machine. So the only thing he does, he puts in the faba beans into this machine. He's milling them. Then it's combined with some herbs and a little bit of salt. And then it's packed. So it's really minimally processed, which also means a very low impact in terms of energy contribution in his processing step, but also very minimal waste of his in the food supply chain. And the waste that he has, a little bit of the shells of the faba bean, is then also, of course, going to feed. So actually no waste. And that's how he created this great product. It's also here. So it really happened. It's not only a picture. And next to the fact that because of the beans, so beans are generally high in protein, so they can really play a great part in the protein transition. This product is then, of course, also high in protein, but also in fibers, because the shell of the protein of the faba bean is also taken into account. At this moment, we don't eat sufficient fiber, so this product can really help in both your protein intake, but also your fiber intake. And for the ones with a gluten intolerance or gluten allergy, this product is also great because it doesn't contain gluten at all. Gluten are not part of the leguminous crops, so of the beans, but it's also not in his plant present, so he can really claim that his product is gluten-free. And as mentioned, it has a great impact on the environment, on the biodiversity and the soil quality, and lastly also ultra-low CO2 emissions. So let's look at the numbers, and Actalia came already across earlier this morning, and they also helped us out in getting the numbers ready for this falafel product. And we really see that it benefits if you go towards a low processed and local product. So it only has a CO2 emission per kilogram of final product, so that includes the handling of the consumer at home, of 0.56. If you compare it to a imported fresh falafel with the chickpeas coming from elsewhere, it has a slightly higher impact, 0.84, so almost twice as high. And compare it to an animal product, and this is chicken. That's the most beneficial animal product you can find. You can see it's 5 times higher, so it really has a benefit in going local and minimally processed. And going local doesn't only add on to the numbers, but it also adds to your social impact and to your environmental impact. And looking at sustainability, so it's not only environment, but it's also the sustainable way for farmers. So if you look at this visual, you can see that in a normal plant protein burger, there are different steps to take. And if we calculate the profit that's being taken by all the different actors, the farmer gets the lowest part. I know you all know this, but I was quite shocked when we did this calculation, and it's only 2% of the profit that goes to the farmer. You see the biggest chunk of the pie is for the retailer, and they say we have a lot of food waste because we have to throw away a lot of the fresh products. So we need to have this profit to take into account all that food loss. But it's not only the retailer that takes a risk. Of course, the farmer also actually takes a very big part of taking risk. And it's also bizarre if you realize that without the farmer, the burger wouldn't be there in the first place. So this is not a fair profit distribution. In this case, as mentioned, we did it differently. And I really want to be this case as an inspiration to also show that it can be done differently. We have the protein farmer growing, but also producing into a higher value product. We are taking out several steps. So he's milling it himself, and in that way he's moving up in his value chain. We have fewer actors to play, and therefore a bigger part of the pie goes to our farmer. And in our case, it ended up with 15%. Yes. Oh, 1 minute. So there it is. The innovation is ready. It's already for sale on the e-commerce platform of Geert, but also in local shops. It has a very competitive price, and we also see that the trend of do-it-yourself mixes is really upcoming, because do-it-yourself mixes, they ensure lower food waste in the chain, in retail, but also at home, because you have a very long shelf life. And secondly, it can be stored at an ambient temperature, so you don't have to put it in the fridge, which also lowers the energy impact. So we see also in the Netherlands a big brand going in this segment. And it's not only the do-it-yourself mixes for falafel, but also fresh falafel. It's a very stable category, and we see it's very inclusive as well. So it's again the social, and also the environmental impact of this product. So in that way, I would really like to challenge you. We do see still some challenges in where to position this product. It's not fresh, it's not final. You don't put it next to your other meat replacers. But if you are triggered and if you're willing to make that next step and to bring your ambitions to the next level for your CSRD, but also because we all have to work together in creating that healthy and sustainable food system. One last movie? So Geert also really exists, not only on picture, also in movies. Just 2 minutes.
Yes.
Hier groeien mijn veldbonen. Met deze veldbonen hebben we heel veel nieuwe producten gemaakt, wat weer gezond is voor de mens. Eiwitrijk, minimaal bewerkt, een gezond product. Wat het mooie is aan veldbonen, ze bevatten stikstofknolletjes aan de wortels, die binden de stikstof uit de lucht, wat te goede komt aan het gewas, maar ook aan het gewas wat daarna groeit. Het malen van de bonen doen we zelf ook in eigen bedrijf. Daardoor hebben we een transparant systeem hoe we werken, gaan er minder dingen mis en hebben we een eerlijk voedselsysteem met een betere prijs voor de boer.
Je verwacht het niet, maar voor de productie van vleesvervangers is veel energie nodig. De bonen moeten eerst worden ontschild, daarna worden ze gemalen. Daar wordt een eiwitconcentraat van gemaakt en vervolgens een eiwittexturaat. Dat wordt dan gebruikt om een product van te maken. Dat wordt vers verpakt en dat gaat naar de verkoop. Voor dit product hebben we ervoor gekozen om de 2 laatste verwerkende stappen eruit te halen en te werken met het veldbonenmeel. Daardoor wordt het een heel energie-efficiënt proces, is er minder verspilling in de keten en is het daardoor een duurzamer product. Daarnaast hebben we gekozen voor diepvries, daardoor is er minder derving en verspilling aan het einde van de keten. Duurzamer dus en minder verspilling. De producten zijn tot stand gekomen door samen te werken met verschillende spelers uit de keten. We hebben hierbij gebruik gemaakt van het netwerk van Food Valley.
Als boer maken we gezonde producten. Via Food Valley krijgen we ingangen, zodat we ons mooie product kunnen afzetten naar de consument.
Alsjeblieft, een burger die aansluit op de wensen van de consument. Vol met veldbonen, eiwitrijk, vezelrijk, natuurlijke ingrediënten en natuurlijk super lekker.
Thank you. Well, okay, so now we go to the 4th pilot case, and again we are changing a lot the type of value chain represented. Now it's time for la Chambre d'Agriculture du Pays de la Loire. So Laura Perez, s'il vous plaît. Okay. Upside, yeah. I give you the floor now to you, Laura.
Thank you. I am the last one, so hold on. I will try to wake you up with my nice and sexy. Yeah. Okay. So my name is Laura Pires, and I work for the Chamber of Agriculture of Pays de la Loire, a region in the northwest of France, near Brittany. I don't know if you know this part of France. It's very nice, actually. So my work is, I am a European project manager. I'm not technical, so I'm here just to present all the huge and wonderful work of the team, of my colleagues. So we implemented 3 main innovations, and this one is the innovation regarding the management. So we developed a governance tool for the value chain, and our goal was to give some answer and to say how the data transparency and coordination could help using more local proteins in animal feed. Here you can see a picture of pigs, but why are we talking about pigs where CoFresh is about fruits and vegetables? Some of you know it, but pigs will be fed with wheat, with barley, but also with soya. And our goal in CoFresh was to use, instead of the imported soya from Latin America and everything, we wanted to use local proteins such as rapeseed or fava beans. For animal feed instead of this little percentage of soya, and we wanted to get some boost for a brand called Le Port Fermier de la Sarthe. It's a very small association of farmers who has some very good practices toward the pig production. There is like they focus on the welfare of animal, and there are some certifications such as the Label Rouge and the IGP. So it's about like the quality and the geographical production. So we wanted to boost this brand with these good practices. So in CoFresh, our main idea was to say that if we've got more information to share, we will create more value. So the starting point in the project, so it was to test the feasibility of using local protein in animal feed. The problem is, how can you implement any innovation if nobody is talking? If there is no dialogues between the stakeholders in the value chain, if they don't know their practices, if there is no more communication between them. So during the co-creation process, all the stakeholders of the value chain were like, yeah, we would like to communicate more between us because we don't have any sharing data. We don't know how many pigs are produced. We don't know about the feed producer. We don't know anything. There is no communication. So basically, it was a huge problem for everything, and not only this management innovation, but for all the innovation. So we decided to provide a solution to optimize the production, to share the data, and also to promote all the environmental efforts the brand and all the stakeholders will do by using local proteins to promote it towards the consumers. So how we are going to do that? We develop a governance tool thanks to a company, a very local company, which is 1987, which brought this website. So I don't know who, for those who really likes a lot of things, here's the reference. But it's just to sum up the idea, the main idea of our innovation is just one tool to bring them all the stakeholders to share the data and to talk together and to to bring up this innovation all together. So the innovation, it's about a website, okay, an application. The address of the website is just up, okay, this is the first one. And when you go to this app, you've got 5 interfaces. Each interface will go to one stakeholder of the value chain. There is one interface for the feed supplier, one interface for the farmer, one interface for the retailer, one interface for the slaughterhouse, which is part of the value chain, and one interface for le Port Fermé de la Sarthe Association, who will coordinate everything. And so, the thing is, in each interface, you've got different functionalities, different data to share. So, for instance, this is how it looks like. It looks like, sorry. So, for instance, here it's for I think this is for the association, Le Port Fermé de la Sarthe, or for the farmers. But here you can enter some data about the local proteins that you are going to produce this year, and for the next year, what is available, the area available. Here you can put some data about the feed, the consumption of animal feed and everything. And so there are many functionalities and data depending on if it's relevant for each stakeholder. So the tool is still ongoing. It's not finished, of course, because in 6 months it was a bit hard to finish completely like a tool like this. We were very ambitious, but it was very interesting for the brand of Le Port Fermé de la Sarthe in terms of optimization, of course, because thanks to these tools, they can optimize their production, they can share data, they can anticipate also if there was if there is some problem with the retailer, with the slaughterhouse, or if we can match in a better way the demand and the client satisfaction. So this is the optimization. Thanks to this tool, we can also have a better monitoring of the data between all the stakeholders of the value chain. And of course, and it was the speech of the introduction of this morning, we have a stronger cooperation between all the stakeholders, which was not the case before Co-Fresh Project. Before Co-Fresh Project, everybody was alone. They didn't talk together anymore. So there was the farmers, there was the slaughterhouse, the clients, and nobody was talking. And there were a lot of problems, but nobody reacted because no communication. And also, as I said, the governance tool is also a very good, it's a key in terms of marketing, because thanks to this platform, consumers can click on this app also, and they can have a look on what is going on with this brand, all the efforts they are going to do, all the innovations they are going to spread. And yeah, we thought it was a very good opportunity to spread the message. It's going to be one slide, and it's okay. So for the perspectives, so as I said, it's still we are still working on. We need to improve this tool. We need to upscale because we have to test again and again with farmers, with retailers, which functionality do they need, and yeah, we need to test it with real data. We did some trials, but it was with fake data. Now we have to upscale it. We would like also to connect with tools already existing at farms. If there are other data to connect. And we have to work on the business model, of course, because this tool will be a bit costly. And so normally the association of Le Port Fermé de la Sarthe will have to pay and we have to work on it with them. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Laura. It was really interesting, and we wanted you to present this innovation because until now we have been seeing different types of innovation. We saw one which was very technological, the IoT process, and there was Harris coming in from Future Intelligence, or more packaging material or product development, and this one was really a managerial tool. So thank you very much, Laura. So we have a last presentation before lunch, and this is from the Polish pilot case. I would like to invite Professor Ewa Rembiankowska to come here to present. 1 second, I'm gonna put your presentation on. It's here. Yours is not open. 1 second. Yeah. Yours is here. Okay. So I give you the floor. In the meantime, I will be putting this in complete slides. So.
Okay.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much, Ines. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for your presence here. And I am Ewa Rembiankowska. I am coordinating the COFRESH project in Poland. I'm from Warsaw University of Life Sciences. And together with my colleagues from the Association EcoOwoc, you see the logo here, beautiful logo, producers of organic fruits. We agreed that I will be presenting this presentation today. So, environmental innovations in organic orchards in Poland is the main main topic of our innovation. So, the point is how to minimize the losses, how to use the wastes, the organic wastes which are produced in huge quantities in not only Polish orchards but all orchards in the whole world. Waste composting in each orchard and inferior fruit valorization into apple vinegar is our innovation number 2, which I want to present today. As I told, this innovation integrates waste composting with the use of probiotechnology and the valorization of inferior fruits into apple vinegar, addressing critical challenges in agriculture while unlocking new opportunities for sustainability and profitability. Here you can see how the compost boxes were constructed just the beginning. The 2 compost boxes were built of concrete elements, and then I will skip some details to be quicker, okay? In the boxes, together about 4 cubic meters of organic material for composting was collected. And it is if we go from the bottom, a layer of straw, then alternate layer of apples. So rotten apples, unwanted apples for the consumers, soil from organic mushrooms, leaves from the orchard, and cut branches. So this is the organic material which was used for the compost production. And very important fact that probiotechnology was used. It is the company Probiotics Poland, and as you can see, 3 different elements were used. It was microorganic preparation EM Pharma Plus. Bokashi is digested organic matter with aerobic and anaerobic bacteria, and alginate, a natural mineral containing 64 soil-enriching elements. So altogether, all these substances were mixed with the compost in one box, and in another box it was not used. So we wanted to compare whether probiotechnology will help us to receive good compost. And the second part of innovation was producing organic vinegar. You can see Here some technological photos from the company Strelsock, which is a company specialized in the production of juice, different fruit juices, and also fermented products, including fruit vinegars. So we had the cooperation with this company, and the production is that apple juice is put into the container and it's undergoing the natural fermentation for about 3 months, and then finally we are getting apple vinegar. It is of course more complicated, but not going very much to details. And here we had the idea first to have such labels as you can see on the right. Finally, they are a bit changed. Sorry that I'm showing this previous concept, but some of you, Hungarian colleagues and the Belgian colleagues, know how this vinegar looks like. And maybe I want to come back also here. I don't have all the slides, not to prolong the presentation. I just want to tell you that after 6 months, the value of compost was evaluated by special scientists who are dealing with such things. And what was the result? It was a very big difference between the compost with the use of probiotechnology and without use of probiotechnology. Namely, the decomposition process and humidification process was much better, much more visible when probiotechnology was used. So this was the first outcome. Even the smell and view of compost was different, completely different. So the composition was much more advanced, but also the content of the compost was different. Namely, for example, definitely less heavy metals in the compost with the use of probiotechnology, very important result, and many more minerals which are important for soil quality. So we can conclude from this short experiment that using probiotechnology to produce compost from apple or doesn't matter, fruit orchard is extremely interesting from the theoretical, but of course from the practical point of view. So this was one important, very important result from this project. And about vinegar, generally apple vinegar and fruit vinegar, probably you know, is extremely valuable because it contains a lot of biocompounds, a lot of important minerals, and is very pro-healthy product, which we actually should use very often in the kitchen, but also it is used in the cosmetics with very good results. So generally, and organic is, according to our own studies, which we conducted several years ago, is much more valuable compared to the conventional fruit vinegar. So from this point of view, we can tell that in the project we really obtained interesting results, practical results, which can be implemented in the whole organic or generally apple production in Poland, but in organic especially, I would say. So generally, if we put according to Ahmed's request the problem, traditional agricultural practices often lead to significant waste and environmental degradation. Moreover, the underutilization of inferior fruits represents a missed opportunity for value creation. As concerns about environmental sustainability and health continue to rise, there is a need for innovative solutions that address these challenges while enhancing economic viability. The solution, you know already what we did, so it is loss minimization system, which is offering a holistic approach to waste management and resource utilization. Through composting, we convert organic matter into nutrient-rich soil amendments, enhancing soil health and fertility. By leveraging probiotic microorganisms, our process accelerates the composition while minimizing odors and nutrient loss, resulting in superior quality compost. Additionally, we extract value from inferior fruits by producing organic apple vinegar, tapping into the growing demand for natural remedies with health benefits. And about market opportunities, they are big. I would say that, how to tell, generally consumers are increasingly conscious of the environmental and health implications of their food choices, driving demand for organic and environmentally friendly products. And regarding the issue of compost production, using probiotechnology, it is something new in Poland, and our plan actually is to promote it as much as possible. We already started in different meetings, but we want to promote it more because Poland is the first producer of apples in Europe and the third in the whole world. So we have enormous amount of such organic wastage in the apple orchards and other fruits as well. And this is a great opportunity for the orcharders and for the people dealing with soil fertilization to enhance the quality and to use the unwanted wastes into really rational way. And we are planning a project in the close future to continue these issues. I just want to say that, well, about competition, we cannot tell at the moment, but potentially people using probiotechnology in composting should be competitive to other. According to our previous primary evaluation, they should be more competitive, but it is something, of course, to check in the future. And about the finances, is very difficult at the moment to say. We can suppose that in the future financial profits will arise for those who will use this kind of probiotechnological approach in composting and organic vinegar production. But it is also something to check in the future. But we are very much hoping that our ideas will be promoted and implemented by others. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Eva, for the nice presentation. We have also here some representatives from the organic apple orchards cooperative, EcoWAC. So thank you very much for participating also in the project. And now it's time for lunch. We have reserved 2 more presentations on the last 2 pilot cases for after lunch, and then we will have a round table with the pilot cases. Thank you very much. So let's go for lunch. And what time do we have to come back? In 1 hour, and that's it. Quarter to 2. Okay. Thank you. cases that will be presenting us their innovations. And after this, we will have this roundtable and also the opportunity to open questions and answers. So I would like to invite first Miklos from Pilsen oyster mushroom company located in Hungary. And he will be introducing us one of their innovations. So Miklos, the floor is yours. This is not a presentation. Sorry. So, okay, you can start to introduce you if you want, and we will be charging the presentation immediately. Okay, it's here.
Just not the first slide.
Yeah, okay. And then we can go with this.
Okay.
Okay, Miklos.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. Actually, I did, but I missed mushroom actually from the menu because I do like mushroom. Not just because it has great taste, but also it's healthy, and actually it can replace meat in any meals. But of course, meat lover can enjoy it too because there is a variety of ways to prepare it. I'm Miklos Zsalai Korpos, representing Pilsen Ltd, a company from Hungary specialized in oyster mushroom growing. We are actually the largest oyster mushroom producer in Central Europe, based in Kecskemét, which is like 80 kilometers south of Budapest, and with like 30 years of experience. And we not only produce the oyster mushroom, but we produce the substrate to go oyster mushroom. We use wheat straw for this reason. We distribute the fresh oyster mushroom, and we also produce biogas. We have our own biogas plant. And I did not touch it. Okay. Okay, and you may ask how biogas production comes to it. And actually, we have been applying innovation for multiple of years, and involving biogas production into this supply chain was first of a kind development in the industry. And with having the biogas plant, we were able to close the circle. And that happened already like 16 years ago. Because after you harvest the mushroom, you got the leftover called spent mushroom substrate, which is an organic byproduct of the process. Before the biogas plant, that was waste. That was a problem for us. And with having the biogas plant, we turn it into value. And we burn the biogas, we sell the electricity to the grid, we use the heat to dry mushroom. And after the digestion, we put back the leftover to the fields. So this way we can close the nutrient cycle. And because we really seek for innovation and how we can improve our production, we were happy to be part of the CoFresh project. And it was a great opportunity for us to improve our market reach, to say, because now we sell like 1 million kilos of fresh oyster mushroom in Hungary and beyond. And within the CoFresh project, we wanted to expand the value chain and network to reach new markets and to develop novel products. And why we decided to do so? What was the motivation and what's the challenge? On the right hand of the picture, you can see the typical package of how you can meet with our product in the markets, mainly in Hungary and in Germany. And what's missing, actually, what's wrong with the picture? The brand, our brand, that's not there. Because mostly the retail stores sell it under their own brand. Of course, we are there as producer with small letters, and it's because that the consumer can blame something somewhere if there is problem with the product. So the challenge is that this way we don't have any direct reach to the consumer, and our brand is not conveyed. And also there is a technical reason. If you don't keep a fresh oyster mushroom in the fridge, it cannot be stored any longer in room temperature. So, and in most of the stores, they just put it in the vegetable shelf without any cooling. So on room temperature, like 1 kilo of oyster mushroom loses like 100 grams, like 10% of water every day. So it's like a product that cannot be stored really any longer. So that was the challenges and the motivation. And the solution was that we decided to approach new markets where we can get close with our brand to the consumer and communicate our values. So this reason we decided to develop new recipes and products for the HoReCa segments. And why? What was the gap? What we could see on the market, why it's worked? Because the HoReCa sector has its own challenges too. And probably it's not just an issue in Hungary, but also in Europe, that there is really lack of good and skilled workforce, like chefs and waiters and so on. The increase of the utility prices, that's also an issue, and the growing food prices. And of course, the restaurants cannot transfer all of those increase to the consumer, so they need to do something to stay attractive for the guest. And what we developed, actually, we decided to go for the processed food, and we decided to develop semi-finished processed oyster mushroom in vacuum-sealed packaging. And actually, just last week, we introduced this kind of product to the market in a fair trade in Hungary, in Budapest. Those are the samples packaging. Now, at the moment, we have 3 kind of products, like sliced and fried oyster mushroom, the same with curry, with different taste, and oyster mushroom puree. It's minimally processed, no preservatives, and you can keep it for 50 days storage in the fridge without losing the quality. And what we can see that there is interest from the market, and there is really a lot of ways to prepare it. But we also see that the market needs education. So this way we developed a collection of recipes that could help the consumers to go on with this kind of product. For example, from the curry one, you can prepare tikka masala based on oyster mushroom without any meat. You can prepare from the puree like a bakery product like muffin, because it's a good thickener without any starch. And from the other kind of product, you can prepare not just like paprikash or something like that, but cheese spread and so on. So there is a lot of ways to prepare it, but the market needs education because they don't know it. And how we can communicate this to the consumers and to the market. We developed a communication strategy for that together with the University of Hohenheim, and you can see an example brochure for that. We want to emphasize our values, like the 30 years of experience and the freshness of the product, but also we need to emphasize the values of the product, like it's good for vegetarian diet, variety of meals available, and easy and we can serve, and you can keep it in fridge for a longer time. So our value production is that these products are directly from the producer, and we prepare it always from fresh and superior quality oyster mushroom. And this way, the taste of fresh oyster mushroom is available and storable and easy to process form. So this is all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Miklos. Okay, now we have our pilot case number 7. So I would like to invite Maribel from Unica Group to present its pilot case and the innovation they have been working on in this project. So thank you very much, Maribel, and the floor is yours. I'm going to charge your presentation, right?
Thank you.
Or perhaps you can...
Yes, today I have Jose, my colleague, as a technical support also.
So technical support.
Thank you. You got it. Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for staying. I know it's a bit tough after lunch. Thanks again to CNTNA, as usual, for this the wonderful organization of this event. And today, in this final event, we are going to talk about some conclusions we've come up to with our project of the Healthy Box that you might already know. Okay, Unica Group, my company, is Spain's largest horticultural exporter. Its customers are mainly European retailers. We sell to the whole countries, but mainly Poland, Germany, France, United Kingdom, Austria. Ironically, we found out that we are witnessing a moment where consumers believe that they are very well informed, but the truth is that they have a total lack of connection with the growers who provide them with fresh food, which is something very fashionable, but in the end, they don't really know where the products are coming from. Also, on the other hand, there are products that may not fit on a supermarket shelf, that are discarded due to not meeting certain standards like size or appearance. The Healthy Box, our project, is a subsidiary product of Unica Group. It's a home delivery box that contains fresh fruits and vegetables produced by Spanish farmers, all of them from co-ops. We are also concerned about the global growing trends, consuming ultra-processed food plus convenience. We are becoming very lazy customers with a total lack of time for cooking or for going to the groceries and all that. The Healthy Box is saving you money, saving you time by planning your weekly meals, and also is educating consumers and introducing to new products we might not know regarding fruits and vegetables. So which is our ambitious goal, is to change the mindset. We would like to, delivery is usually associated with junk food, and we would like to make ours the concept of delivery. It's about local and healthy food that reaches the entire Spanish population, and why not, in the future, other countries. We think that we are improving and making more sustainable the value chain. Why am I saying that? The food chain is too long, and there are many middlemen in the process. On the other hand, the classic Healthy Box goes directly from a farmer's to your home, your office, or whenever you might need it. And also, it provides you with relevant information. Briefly, here are two innovations related to the CoFresh project. We are enhancing communication with customers via traceability webpage, and we are also preventing food waste with the reference Zero Food Waste box. Sorry, now we're focusing on innovation one, the QR code to provide innovation on products and producers. This is very easy. It's you only have to scan the QR code. There's a landing page with transfer information to consumers about traceability, origin, features, recipes, nutritional values. For example, do our clients know who are the growers behind the Healthy Box? Please let me introduce you the younger generation of Unica's growers. They are all under their 30s. Please play the video, Jose. Thanks. No. Sal de la presentación. Es okay, maybe you're not going to meet today our youngest generation, probably. That one.
Yeah, but it's not working.
Okay, sorry.
We have to have values. The value of continuing to cultivate the land of your parents, contributing to the growth of your community. The value of being única.
Okay, she was tired. She's one of our youngest girls. She's only 26, and now she's growing chili peppers, and she's really killing it with the healthy box. Okay, I will go on. I don't think I'm going to play any more videos after the experience, so I'll go on. Sorry. Okay, so you scan the code, and you also have access to a short survey offering consumers the opportunity to give their opinion to the growers and at the same time to make suggestions. This is very relevant information. It's a great feedback because as Única, we can never reach the final consumers. We only get to retailers. So in this case, like B2C, and we can really think what they believe, what they like, what they dislike. It's a very nice information we receive. What do we ask them? For instance, what importance do you give to these attributes when you purchase the healthy box? Is it quality? Is it the production method? Is it the origin? So here are some results. We can provide you the survey if you're interested. This is sustainability of the product. And now we're going to focus on innovation too, the zero food waste sales reference. As you might know, there's extra product needed to cover manufacturing losses for the healthy box. We cannot run out of product because we have a lot of demand, so we always have to order for little bit more of product. So the problem here, there's potential food waste with perfectly good products. And also, we believe that fresh vegetables should be affordable to everyone and not only to those ones who could pay a high price for it. The zero food waste is a spin of the classic healthy box. It is created specifically to avoid food waste and to improve the farmer's profitability. It's a new product reference on our e-commerce, which is made from surplus products and aims to defeat food waste. It's a very strong focus on environmental and social sustainability. There is a flash offer on Wednesdays, it's delivered on Fridays, and there's always a limited stock of boxes available depending on the amount of remains. So as far as I know now, there's been a lot of demand. They almost take it from our hands because people are very aware. They are checking social media. So the moment we release the zero food waste box, they are very concerned. They just go and buy it. We also have another survey for this. We're almost near 400 answers in order to check a customer's opinion. So we asked them if, on a scale to 1 to 5, how do you rate food waste, or would you be willing to buy looking fruit and vegetables online? 88% of people who answered the interview said yes. Who do you consider is the biggest contributor to food waste in Spain? Is it the growers, or is it the industry? Is it the restaurants? It's also interesting and relevant feedback. So up to this point, after these 3 years working with CoFresh project, what the future might bring, which are our next steps or the steps we would like to go into. For instance, we would like to scale our healthy box to food service or ECA channel, both with the current references and also with a single product box as the one you can see in an image. We found out that restaurants are really interested in our products, but the point is that sometimes they don't need to buy a paleo, they don't want 2 tons of cucumber, they just want 3 kilos. So they say, okay, where can I buy this? We have some innovation products here, for example, Succhiolo. I don't know if you know it. It's been winning a lot of international awards. Especially restaurants are very interested in it. So the way to buy it could be the healthy box. So that could be a new potential client. Also, we would like to, in order to be more sustainable, we would like to leave the vegetable box in a depot. And from here, the client could handle the last mile delivery. And also, why not? We would like to internationalize the classic box. We are giving our first steps in Germany, but Europe could be, any country in Europe could be affordable. Also, as next steps, we would like to promote the consumption of European products without mentioning any specific country, origin Europe. We would like to have some partners, European partners, who provide us different products. We could manufacture the healthy box in different places. So that could be like a global European healthy box. without having the need to mention this is from Spain or this is from Germany or this is from the Netherlands. And finally, potential clients, retailers could also incorporate this line of business. We would love to have on their shelves our healthy box. So that's it. Thank you very much. Sorry for the videos. That was it. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, in any case, the videos will be available in the webpage, so you will be able to see them, right? Okay, so now we finish with the 7 pilot cases, but we still got another partner that also worked along the project, and he was representing Slovakia. Slovakia didn't have any pilot case in their countries, but they were collaborating in the project, and they also organized some activities in Slovakia to try to replicate the results of CoFresh in their country, in Slovakia. So I would like to ask Daniel Ax to come to the floor and to tell us about beyond project borders. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ines. Yeah, I have to admit that this was actually our first Horizon project. That and probably that's why we didn't have pilot, because we joined the consortium probably a little bit later. But I would like to thank also University of Ghent and Sylvia and Pieter, who actually brought us to this project. And I would like to present not only how to replicate individual pilots, but what happens if you get into such a community. You know, what happens with us as an organization, maybe even the country. Okay, so few words about the bioeconomy cluster. This morning, we could hear that there is a lot of competitors around, and we should not speak about competition, but we should rather speak about cooperation. And if you look at the cluster is actually putting competitors together to cooperate. You know, so it's one of the tools how to improve the cooperation and communication. And we work at different levels. We work with small and medium businesses, mainly farmers and agri-food processors, but also bio-based companies, and provide different type of services. We are now initiating a network of demonstration farms in Slovakia. We are building a soil living lab for regenerative farming, and we are also trying to establish operational groups, EIP operational groups, so cooperation between practice, advisory, and farming sector. In addition, we have initiated our own a voucher scheme for innovation voucher scheme for our members or even future members. Also in cooperation with the Spanish organization, Funding Books, I think. It was interesting. And we also try to find new markets for our clients or partners, and we were in one project that brought our companies to Canada or Japan. Also, we try to bridge the gap between research and practice, trying to find a common language. So we work quite closely with university and research centers. Yesterday, you had a chance to listen my colleague or university colleague from the Futureof project, and we are now in other projects with the university as well. And I think it's important to mention also policy level. Personally, I have been involved in several working groups or SCAR AKIS, EIP, subgroup for operation, to learn actually how Europe works at that level. We are also active in the Danube region, in macro-regional strategy, in area of competitiveness and support of small and medium businesses. But we try to transfer the knowledge also to the national and regional level. Because if we speak about, and today there was a discussion on policy briefs that actually I also contributed, or we also contributed a little bit within the Sisters project. When we speak about EU policy and you don't have proper implementation of that policy at the national or regional level, then the impact is very low, you know, for the whole Europe, for the whole territory. So we have a quite broad spectrum of activities. Now, CoFresh. Again, thank you very much to all that brought us on board and to this project. To be honest, at the beginning, we felt a little bit lost. You know, we didn't know. In Barcelona, you know, we were like searching, like, what should be our role, what should we do, etc. But it got better and better. Of course, COVID could play a little bit role in this as well. And then we started to realize, okay, so what should we replicate? You know, we started to look at the pilots. I would maybe recommend lessons learned, to include also other partners in the process of pilots from a little bit earlier stages, because we realize that it's not important to replicate only the result of the new product or whatever, but also the process. So we have maybe missed at the very beginning a little bit of this part of possibility to replicate, but I think that there was still a lot of time, you know, to improve, and I found Hungary was getting much better, and then Pamplona was really excellent for us, you know, to learn about all the cases and actually to know the people. So that was because there was a lot of innovations, and not only those presented today, but you know, there was a institutional, organizational, environmental, very many different type of innovations that pushed us a little bit further. So that's why I took it a little bit broader, that not look at one specific product or technology, but if we speak about knowledge and innovation technology transfer, there was a lot of things we learned, and we managed to organize one workshop, let's call it replication workshop, in Slovakia a month ago, and we were lucky to attract or to invite and to have presentations from some of the pilots, not only from this project, but also from some sister projects. So I think that was value added, you know, for us. And during that workshop, we managed to matchmake, if I can say that, a few partners from the project with Slovak companies, for example. You know, I remember there was a discussion with Miklos. I don't know whether, you know, there will be some follow-up, and it's very difficult to monitor, actually, you know, what actually project brings. But also we managed to organize a field trip to Slovak company that is 100%, that makes 100% biodegradable material that was used in several innovation or several pilots. You know, that is, I would say, a relatively nice product to be used not only in Slovakia but all over. And also, what was interesting was the cooperation, international cooperation between research and practice. So how to use laboratories and capacities and knowledge in one country on the benefit of the product or marketing strategy or whatever has been discussed today in another country. This was also inspiring for us, and for example, now we applied for other projects, and we brought Slovak farmers into those projects as affiliated entities. So we are also exploring new possibilities of cooperation within Slovakia and bringing Slovak partners to this international environment. So it's really a lot of new things that we have learned. Also, we have run into, now to be honest, I don't remember, one of the sister projects had also food incubator as either pilot or part of the consortium. So we managed to put them together with our food incubator, which is just being established in Slovakia with the University of Agriculture. So there has been a lot of different little things, practical little things that improved or will improve either knowledge or best practice in Slovakia. It is also important to mention business models, which I think they are a little bit neglected in some countries, at least like in Slovakia. And we are now also based on this project, also experience from Futureof, working with other regional authorities in Nitra to improve business model on maybe not food waste, but biological waste. So there are many things that we have learned in these 3 years. We started just to listen at the beginning, then we are learning. Now we are, disseminating and exploiting it. Stakeholders engagement. Also, it has been said today that it was quite difficult at the beginning, how to engage stakeholders. And to be honest, we are still learning how to do it the most efficient way in Slovakia and how to consider it as a very strong element of any kind of innovation. And I mentioned policies already, but I think that to be honest, we have a new strategy how to improve national or regional policies through international projects, or to learn, what is, because even our policymakers are not reacting to the challenges that the Commission is dealing with. That's what I said, that in some cases, if we are lagging behind, then the policies are not well implemented and the impact for the whole Europe is slower or lower. So now we really try to grasp the idea that is being discussed at the EU level and support our policymakers, IKI's coordination body, Ministry of Agriculture, whoever is the most relevant for the topic. So I think that I would like to conclude here, and that makes it circle from farm to policymaker. So thank you again to everyone for all the great cooperation, and looking forward to the next one.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I think I really like very much this kind of very, very clever and insightful analysis you have done of the project from your point of view. For sure, I'm going to go through carefully of this list, because there are many lessons learned there that, at least in my case, I will take into account for future projects. And perhaps the big one, it was sticked in my head, is that we focus very much in replicating the results, but it's true that the results comes at the end of the project. And you were talking about getting more involved in methodology, in process, and and we forget that this is also something that is created in a project, the methodologies, the processes you use during the project, and we forgot about replicating this. So thank you very much, Daniel.
Maybe just one small comment that I forgot to mention. Yesterday, during the Futureof project, there was mentioned that they prepared like replication roadmaps.
Yeah.
I think this is also something that would be useful, at least for us, for the next project. So I found that as a lesson learned as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Daniel. Okay, so we are now. We have got the occasion to listen to every pilot case and the Slovakia case, but now we come to not a round table, but like a group of friends talking a little bit, trying to reflect a little bit on the experience we got. So I would like to call the speakers and the persons which is going to participate in this round table. So Alessandro, Minke, Eva, Cynthia, I think this time you are representing, you have been nominated. You didn't know. Miklos, Daniel also, please. And that will be Patricia Mora. Do you like these seats? I'm sorry. It's the only thing we have. Yeah. Well, you can take one of these seats if you want. Huh? Oh, okay, so. No? It's one representative per pilot case. One representative per pilot case. Okay, so we are all. So thank you very much for coming, you all. I don't know if this light is. Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, like this is fine because it's going. Yeah. Yeah. It's fine. Yeah, much better now. So I give the floor to Patricia, who's going to organize this.
Yes. Okay. Well, first of all, I can go in front, but I'm going to be maybe taken somebody out of the picture, but don't worry, I'll stand around somewhere.
Patricia, you can stay because Renata is making a photo.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay then. First of all, I was going to say, can you please take attention to the slide we have on the back, because we're trying to have a Mentimeter. It's not working. It's not working, Luis. The thing is, you have to go to the code. The problem is the code is not visible.
But you can enter with the URL.
Okay, people are managing. Somebody's managed. This is important because we're still at this stage looking for data to understand what we've been doing and what's going to be happening with what we do, and to try to measure the impact, okay, of the project. So till the last minute, we're going to be asking for information from you, I'm afraid. Is that okay?
People online can also...
They can also use it, no?
Yeah, people online.
Yeah. Yes, you can use the code, yes. You have the code on the top, C 89555800. How much time are we going to give people? Still using it, no? It's 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Because we have 45 minutes, I think. No? Careful, por Dios, be careful. Madre mía.
I'm sorry.
No. It's
Okay. The music that stopped.
We can leave it. We can leave it working, no?
The music chairs.
Ah, okay.
Okay, the music is going to start and you have to dance, okay? When I say stop,
Only one good chair and the other.
take a chair. That is a joke.
Patricia, I think you can go.
Yes. Okay. So we're gonna go to the next question. This is the last question. For now, yes, for the time being.
Without answer? Roller coaster? Do you want to change?
Madre mía, ¿qué está pasando?
Stay in this one.
Pues que se está comiendo el tiempo.
Yeah, I don't know if it's maybe better.
Yeah.
This is a little... How do you feel?
So, Patricia, okay? Yeah.
Is stabilna ta stałki. Spadnę to...
Okay. So I think we can go further. No? Shall we start with the round table? Thank you very much for your answers. Thank you for your participation. How can I get to my slides? Do you know? Debe ser una okay. So, okay. Oh, sorry.
No,
Pero
it's coming,
it's coming. No, it takes about a little minute. Okay. This is how I go forward. Thank you. Okay, great. Okay, so thank you all for being here. Thank you for your time. I'm going to just introduce myself a little bit for everybody. This is Patricia Mora. We've been working with our team in Innogestiona during the whole project, trying to establish the impact of the project, trying to guide the project through the best way to improve impact. And now it comes to time to establish what has been the impact and what has happened. we're finally at the end of 3 and a year and a half voyage together. We've had a travel together. We've been working together. We've been changing a lot, maybe all of us together, because as Daniel was saying just before, it has been a process, an incredible process. And I think also it's been a process which has been very, very complicated, because we have been very determined, especially the coordinators, to use co-creation as a reality. And that means it's very difficult to determine, to actually fulfill what you're supposed to be coming to as a result, and at the same time leave people free and leave people to co-create. So bringing both things together is an incredible challenge, and I think in this case CoFresh has been a very good example of that. So now I just wanted to please ask you a few things so we can understand a little bit better what of your experience has been during the project, and therefore try to learn a little more about how we can do things in the future, how we can do things better. Okay, so these are the 7 pilot cases, and I would like to ask first Laura and Sonia, both of you, please, what have been the main obstacles you encountered during the co-creation process? How did you overcome them, if you did? And what do you think would have helped to overcome it if you didn't manage? So what has been the process? What would you explain about that? What would you think you would have done differently? And what did you solve, and how did you solve these problems, these obstacles? Please, Laura first, maybe. I'm afraid we only have about 3-4 minutes to answer each question.
Okay, I will try to be very short.
Thank you.
For us in Pays de la Loire, the main problem was the really lack of communication between the stakeholders. There was no dialogue between them. And so when we came with CoFresh project, they were like, yeah, okay, this is like research and innovation, like, and so what? And then? So it was very blurred and not very concrete for them. And it was really hard at the beginning to involve everybody in the project and to make them understand that it's for them. The project is really for them to answer to their needs. It was really hard. And according to me, I was talking about it during lunchtime, but according to me, the second workshop was crucial. The second workshop, it was the most concrete. We gathered all the people around the table, and we talk about their problems, problems of the farmers, problems of the clients and the butchers. Everybody could talk, everybody could be listened, and there was this kind of empathy, and it's very linked to human beings. It's really human on this project, and so everybody could be listened around the table and could talk about innovation. And from this point, everything has changed, according to me, because people could feel that all the brands, all the stakeholders of the value chains wanted to go to the same direction. They've got the same objectives, not the same problems, but more or less, and they really wanted to go together from this point, because they could be listened and they could express themselves all together at the same moment, which was really rare. So, yeah, the second workshop.
So you would say basically you gave them a space to talk.
Yeah, according to me, it's really important to create like a framework to gather people and to bring them to express their needs and their problems. Not putting too many things, just creating the frame so they can work by themselves, I think this is the main point.
Okay, thank you, Laura. And in your case, Sonia?
In the case of Floret, I think that the concept of the co-creation was good, and the beginning was success. The people was willing to collaborate. But what I think is that after the brainstorming and after the selection of the innovation, what happened was that the 3 innovations was quite far from some of those people selected. For example, there was a company of seeds, there was a company of fertilizers, there was a company of transport, but no one of the three innovations selected was quite related with these areas. So what happened is that these people lose the interest and start to not attending to the meetings, not answering the mails, and so on. So what I think is that maybe this part should be more flexible and understand that if you are not interested in innovation, maybe you need to go out, and maybe we need to invite other person, other people, other companies, association, I don't know, who maybe are more interested about the effective work.
Okay. So you think it's either you select the people who are interested in what we're going to be discussing, or the discussion includes things which are interesting for them, I understand, no?
Yes, because I think it's a loop. Because when you selected people, maybe you are thinking in speaking about one thing, and at the end you end speaking about
Something
other
else.
thing. Because this is good.
Co-creation,
This,
that's
this
right.
is the co-creation. So I think that this part of the project should be much more flexible.
Okay, very interesting. Thank you, Sonia. Okay, well, the next question is about, this is to do with what we think can be a future or a present obstacle or barrier to co-creation, which is what's going to happen with agreements, with collaboration. What kind of formality is needed or is useful in this kind of activity? I would like to ask Mink, if possible, if you closed any agreement, or did you use any kind of formality with your stakeholder, with the people you were working with? Are you planning to do it? Would you think it would be useful? What do you think about this?
Well, first to start with, I wasn't there at the beginning, so I had to check with my colleagues how that happened during this formalization of the working group. And they did sign something, a form. My colleague wasn't sure what exactly, but at least it was clear you are part of this working group. And it also meant that some of the stakeholders that didn't sign became friends of the pilot group, where they were not part of the working group. So they did show up, for example, at our final event, but they were not invited to our working group meeting. So we kept them informed on the sidelines, but they were not heavily informed. And I think that also puts one of the challenges on the table. So we realized that bringing in the bigger organizations, in our case that was Unilever, or it could also be a retailer, it was a challenge to convince them, like, what's in it for you to participate in our working group. So it's more the old system, and they have usually a little bit more hesitation in joining for a longer term, in this sense, EU project. So yeah, we would have been helped to better understand what would be in it for them to join in our working group. So that was our first.
Do you think it was interesting, or it was important that we had this formal agreement, even if you're not too sure what it was? Did that help, or did it hinder? What kind of reaction?
Well, I think it helps if you, at least at the start, form this group. And yes, we are a team. We're going to do it together. But in the end, I completely agree with Sonia, because we also selected innovations that were not relevant for all the working group members. So. But somehow we still made them stick to our team, also because of this same vision, same goal, like Laura was mentioning. So we really wanted to go towards minimally processed. They saw it was a trend, and they were very much intrigued. Okay, how is this team going to solve that problem? Because it's a challenge in our companies as well. So they were more there for an educational perspective, to get inspired, but also that colleagues. So they are competitive, but somehow they do the same. So they also learn from each other, and this was a stable and safe place to share learnings. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Very interesting. Miklos, would you like to comment on this, please? What was your experience with formality? Did you do some kind of agreement or governance system, or?
Yeah, actually, we had like the same experience, like in France, that we started the discussion with the members, and based on that, the cooperation got in shape, and we learned each other. And actually, we don't have a kind of a formal agreement for the working group members, but as we started the discussion, there was some, to say, stories on bilateral basis, and we entered into an agreement with an NGO who represented itself in the working group about a communication campaign, because I don't think that as was already mentioned, there are stories that are not relevant for all the members.
Mhm.
But some members can cooperate bilateral or in a smaller group. That is where to make a business case or some contract that can start growing, but not as a group in a whole.
Okay. Anybody else would like to comment on that? Yes, please.
Yes, if I can comment, not from our pilot, but from my experience, and when we speak about building the trust and formal agreements or even taking key pictures or signing participant list, I would rather really start informally. And when it grows and when it comes to a good end, and at the end, as a result of that process, could be a formal agreement or kind of, because when you talk to farmers and you come first, oh, can we make a picture and please sign here 3 times? You have already lost your trust. You are already, so my opinion is to go differently on this. That's my opinion.
That's we probably all think more or less the same because we've been working with this kind of situation. But it is true that the problem is that when we want to go into business with what we've been co-creating, at some stage we need to have clear, it's so complicated to find the line between trust because there is enough information and trust because we don't have so much formality. But that is something that I think co-creation needs to develop. We need to develop that model, the optimal, let's say, way of working. Anybody else would like to comment on this? We still have 2 seconds.
Yeah. I think like as long as you are very honest with the stakeholders and you say this is like a research and development project, all you are going to say is going to be inside it's just going to be stay inside the pilot case and inside the project, and you have to be clear with that. But yeah, I totally agree. If you start signing papers and things like that at the start of the project, people will be like, no way, no way. I'm gonna leave. So yeah, trust is just little by little. But as long as you are very clear, according to me, like with the objectives of the project, with how it's going to be, how we are going to share data with the partners, and we are not here to get competition. We are just here, to work together, and we work for you. This is the goal. Yeah.
It works.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Okay, next question. They're all very easy. Don't worry. Don't. What would be the future of the innovations you developed during the CoFresh framework? Okay, I'd like to ask this mainly to Alessandro and probably again Laura, because I'm very much interested in what's going to happen with your, especially the governance tool. So please, Alessandro, what do you see the future of your innovations?
For the first innovation, the smart irrigation, I have the Fint here. No, we continue, of course, because the experience was very good, and we have 15 hectares. So we compare only 1 hectare. So we need to understand better the plants and the different kind of plants, because in this case we use only clementine. I'd like to understand better avocado. That's a tropical plant. We have no idea of avocado in Italy. For the other innovation, we are working and we want to sell the new products and to be sustainable at 100% with the pills and the sub-product. So, of course, our idea is innovation and continue. Now we have to sign.
Okay, great. Laura, in your case, what is the future of the governance? I know you've talked a little bit about it this morning, but I would like to understand the replicability or the way of introducing it in some other kind of use that is not only the one.
Yeah. So from our side, the governance tool has to be improved. As I said this morning, we have to test it with all the stakeholders many times with real data, if we have to add different functionalities or not, we have to improve, definitely. But by the way, this tool has been created by a company. So the company 1987, a French company, a startup. And definitely it can be, this kind of tool can be used in other value chain for other products. In other countries, it can be translated in English or in Spanish or whatever. As long as you just work with the same company, it will be the same architecture, the same logic. So I think the added value of this tool, it's very replicable.
Yes,
replicable.
replicable, yeah.
Definitely to other use, as long as there are people around the table, it can be used in different countries and different production.
Yes,
So
is it in English actually?
No, you know, we don't really
Yes,
English
that's why I'm
languages. So no, at that moment it's only in French for our pilot case. But I was talking with the lady from the company, so 1987, and she was like, yeah, if some other people are interested in how it looks like, it's totally possible to work with her to develop and spread the same governance tool. Of course, like it's here to inspire and to be spread.
Used. Okay, thanks very much. Anybody else would like to elaborate on their future of the renovation? No? Okay. Sonia?
No,
Perdóname.
only to comment that in our case, in the innovation that I explained about packaging, we are keep on working in this innovation for sure. I would say if we want or if we don't want, because the legislation is coming. But I think that the packaging is a big area to innovate in the next years. And I think that we are going to see very impressive things in packaging, I would say.
Great. Yes, I agree. The problem is it's not always only what we want. It's what is going to be happening and what we're going to have to comply with, which is coming. No, and yes, Miklos, I think.
I agree with Sonia. I did not tell that we also had the other innovation in packaging. At the moment, we don't see the economic of changing to new packagings. But thanks to CNTA, we have now good understanding of what's available on the market. To say we are now ahead of other mushroom producers, and if the legislation changes or really consumers demand the new packagings and are keen to pay more, then we are ready to change because we know what's in the market. And regarding the other innovation I presented, yes, we really want to continue. As mentioned, we already introduced it on a trade, and now we are surveying the potential consumers about the price sensitivity. So we are on the way to make it really as a product.
Okay. Cynthia, please.
I'm going to hijack your question just a little bit, because Maribel explained very well what the future of the Unica Group's innovations were. And I just want to say one thing too. I'm wearing 3 hats here. So the University of Almeria, Coexpal, Irene, and Maribel. And actually, they gave me cheat notes on everything I was supposed to say. I'm probably not going to say all of it, forgive me. But I wanted to point something out here, and I'm going back a tiny bit. You mentioned we're talking about innovations, and you're talking about, what is replicable and all these things. And also, what were your biggest problems? One thing I want to talk about is organizational innovation. And I think that's really, really important here. And it deals with some of the questions about the structure of the supply chains and that sort of thing, is that it's not just about the technical or even the commercial innovations. It's about how do you organize yourself and enter into these supply chains. So in the case of Unica Group, they're a second-level cooperative. That's fundamental because their first-level cooperatives are smaller farmers and they're in different geographical places. If we think about that in the future of what can you do at a European scale, we might be able to leverage those cooperative relationships and the collaborative relationships with other growers around. So I thought that was a really important point. And it also, in our case, we have formal, semi-formal things in place already. I mean, UNICA is part of CoExpel. I'm the chair at the University of CoExpel. So we already have these things, but it's about getting those other stakeholders involved. So that was a challenge, but when they see that there's an objective, I think that they can be part of that. But I do want to underscore a little bit the fact that the organizational innovations, which I guess tied to process as well, but it's a little bit different, are fundamental, I think, if we want to make those sort of systemic changes and if we really want to scale some of those changes. And we have to look at the business models that are alternative to corporates as well. And it's not always not-for-profits, which have an amazing role, like Food Valley, for example, or the food banks that we heard about before. It's also those sort of hybrid associations that, yes, are there for the sharing of benefits amongst the farmers, but they're cooperatives, they're not corporates. So just wanted to... So sorry for hijacking all your questions.
No, it's actually, you're going a bit further because one of my last questions, it was about what else, as well as the innovations, what else did you find in the project? What did we just bump into, let's say, you know? What was not planned, and I definitely agree with that. That's probably one of the most interesting things from CoFresh experience has been the organizational, let's call it social innovations, and the ones that can have a much higher impact at a European level. If we can manage to process it properly and give the right kind of message about them, because as you say, some organizations, some chains are better, let's say, starting point, to have a better starting point, but some of them are really completely disintegrated. They have no communication between points of the chain. So I think if we manage to give the message properly, it can definitely provide a lot of potential.
And that's exactly where what organizations or business models, which cooperatives are in a way, or networks or associations, how do we connect the pieces? How, like in the video, how do we get the bottom-up roots attached to the tree and then flowering out? So yeah, I think that's
very interesting.
Interesting to step back and look at what are the organizational innovations across all the use cases.
Great. And CoFresh has been a lot about that, I think. Yeah. Okay, Laura, I don't know if we have, I don't know how we're doing. Don't worry. Go ahead. Let's do freedom here also.
Yeah. I totally agree with what you said. And according to me, CoFresh, it was also a very, very relevant way to empower the stakeholders. For instance, for us, it was the association Le Port Fermier de la Sarthe, which gathers the farmers and communicates with the retailers and everybody. And for us, as a chamber, our role was to create the frame, to facilitate the exchanges and the co-creation, but it was also to empower the association and to bring them all the tools, all the things they will need for the future to continue and to spread the innovation. You know, we told them we develop prototypes. This is only the start point. Now it's your turn to develop more. It's not our role to do that, but now you've got everything. You've got the state of art of your brand. You've got data. You've got more dialogues with the stakeholders. Now it's launched. You've got prototypes with the governance tool. You've got the dry sausages, which is another innovation that we created. You've got everything. Now it's your turn. And I think it was really important to focus on it also, just to empower and to, you know, train or just to be part of this. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Eva. I would like to ask you, yes, I would like to ask you about the larger scale. How do you see what you found at your pilot case? What can you imagine could be the impact at a large scale? Imagine it's it's something that is widely applied and it's something that is really accepted. And do you really see that's possible? Do you think that's possible in the whole sector you work with? I know you work with mostly organic, well, mostly not completely organic, but what do you think?
Well, actually it is very relevant to our case, as I wanted also to show you during my presentation today. that we found something very important in our innovation, because of course this innovation I'm talking about is probiotechnology together with composting of wastes from the orchards, fruit orchards. This is of course relevant to our case, to Eco-Ovots Association, where we have at the moment 20 producers covering 600 hectares of organic fruit production, so relatively close to Warsaw, so it is relatively big. It is the biggest group of organic fruit growers in Poland and in Europe at the same time. So I think for our group it's extremely important to promote and to, let us say, to convince the producers to use this technology and to replicate it in their orchards. Because the orchard wastes are lost, because if you leave them until at the tree, at the bottom of the tree, they are there is also decomposition going on, but it is different kind. It is not leading to the creation of the very valuable fertilizer like compost we are proposing. So it's a decay more. It is something like decay, decomposition, but not productive decomposition. And it's even opposite, because it can cause the problems in the fruit trees, the diseases, etc. So it is really very important to promote not only in our group, because of course it is firstly addressed to the Eco-Ovots Association, but of course to all fruit growers in Poland. Okay. Because this is really large scale when we want to promote it in the future, and we are thinking about the project to push it, to analyze it more scientifically, and also to promote it in the wider society of fruit growers in Poland. By the way, not only fruit growers, vegetable growers also produce a lot of wastes, organic wastes, which are not undergoing proper composting process. So this is actually a topic which is even we can say that this is the problem for the whole Europe, which should be somehow followed and somehow not completely maybe replicated, but this direction is very, very important. And this is one thing. Another thing is, well, maybe smaller, because fruit vinegar is produced already by many producers, and both conventional and organic are present on the market. So it is not our discovery, let us say, but also we should promote it more, because it's also pro-environmental use of the wastes of inferior apples and producing of something that's really valuable for human health. And finally, promotion, which we created in other innovation, so online shop together with the education of the consumers, is not so common as we can suppose. Because normally online shop, okay, we propose you this product, okay, you can buy or not. But we are proposing also the education of the consumer, what is the value of the product, how to use the product, and all these things at the same time. So I think this kind of combined education plus promotion in online sell is something relatively original, I think, maybe not completely, but for Polish conditions it's quite innovative. So we see also the possibility for larger scale. Yeah. So this is maybe what was your question. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Would you like to say something?
Yes. So you triggered me with saying what's the value for the consumer. But we also noticed that it's very critical to understand what is the value for your customer, which could be then indeed catering or retail, because we got these great numbers for the LCA scores, but how to translate that into value for these customers. So what we did is that we noticed this is not only for our faba bean farmer relevant, but also for other protein farmers. So to really help them to bring across the value not only on emissions, but also on the social aspect and on the nature aspect.
Completely agree.
So connect them with an expert on this topic of CSRD, but also with a communication agency. So they really put their numbers into valuable insights for their customers. So that helps them to bring it up and upscale further. So that's a recommendation for all of you.
Thank you, Minke. Could you pass the mic?
I think that's a really important point about the communication. And Maribel made a really interesting observation in her presentation, is that we think that consumers have access to all kinds of knowledge, and they don't. So this co-creation process where we have various kinds of institutions, and you made a really good point as well about the fact that you're basically an institutional presence, which is setting the framework in which other people can act. And that's really the whole co-creation process. We're all actors in that, yeah? But this idea of better information for all actors involved is super important, because our liberal market theory is based on, consumers can choose. They can vote in the market. Well, not necessarily if they don't have the right information. So I think that that's key, whether it's digitalization or whatever, that we're getting more true and valuable information to our people about the food systems.
Okay, yeah, I think that's really interesting, relevant questions all you've raised. I think the quality of information and the amount of information is always related to trust. So it's again trust. And the only way things are going to work is that we really manage that kind of information, no matter how difficult it is and how costly, because it's important. So yes, I definitely agree about the social aspects not being sufficiently introduced in most of the standards and the methodologies that we use. Definitely, that's always the case. We have the same problem in our Smart Chain project when we were doing our life cycle assessment. And we had the problem that we couldn't really account for the social aspects of short food supply chain, which are crucial. Not only social, sometimes it's psychological aspects, which is making it even more difficult. But it's there. So if we don't account for it, it's just probably going to distort our results. One thing which is not even in it's a new question I just thought about, but it's really relevant for me. I would really like you to answer if it's possible. This has happened in a kind of controlled situation. We had a project, we had a lot of helpers, we had advisors, we had universities, experts, we had everything for this to work. What would you think would happen if we didn't have all this? Would you think this would have happened, or could it happen in the future without all this, or what would we need it? What do you think would be needed for this to happen?
Can I hijack
I'll
that just
leave
a tiny bit?
because she has the
Sorry,
mic.
I'm being a real selfish about this. Controlled, yes, but not really. Because some of the actors are market players. They're in the market. And that's a real tension, is what you ideally would like that world to look like and what you actually have to deal with in the market. There was an uncomfortable situation in one of our, through the years, just one, where someone said, well, you're greenwashing. So, of course, I was like, no, we're not. And it's like, just because you don't want there to be food waste in the world, there is. So we have to deal with it. Ideally, do we want that to happen? No. But in the meantime, what are we doing here? So there is that tension between trying to bring innovations into a market that you are actually dealing with. So I'll just leave it at that.
Eva?
Well, I think that such projects like COFRESH are extremely valuable because, well, we are using, here we called it working group, but we can also call it like round table. Yeah? And I have actually conducted several projects before when I created round tables of scientists and practitioners together. And I have to say that the best results were always produced when people from these two sides were sitting together and discussing. Because, of course, the interest of scientists is a bit different and the angle of view is a bit different than practitioners. And this is understandable. Everyone is looking from own situation, from own circumstances. And if we sit together, we discuss, we can create the solutions which are really valuable. But I have to say also that, so of course, because you asked what would happen if the coverage wouldn't happen. So of course, in our case, for example, we couldn't, let us say, we couldn't observe, we couldn't analyze what is really happening in the association and co-ops and where are the real problems. Thanks to the coverage project, we could make a good diagnosis: what is good, what is bad, and what is the future of this group. Because there are some problems which were in the first questions you were asking, but I was not talking there. But
you can say now. No problem.
Well,
go ahead. Yeah.
First thing, we found a big problem that big producers have totally different aims than small producers. It is quite evident, but we could not recognize it earlier. And actually, such association is relevant for smaller producers who want to find different ways of new products, innovations, how to sell, what to produce, etc. And big producers having 30 or 60 hectares of fruits, they are only interested to sell everything into one place and nothing. So this was what we recognized, one of things we recognized due to the project. And now the association knows in which direction it should go. So it is extremely important. But also, of course, innovations we discussed and all other things and the future of organic fruit production. For example, in this study, due to Verena and this consumer study, we found something very interesting, that young consumers, it's really amazing. Young consumers are not so much interested in the price of organic product. They are more interested in local and sustainable production and also ecological packaging. Very much interested. We discussed packaging today. So it seems that for young Polish consumers, it is much more important to see these aspects in the organic products and not the price. The price is not the most important. So we found it due to the project also. So this is, I think, a lot of profits. There are many profits which will stay with us for the future development.
Okay, we have very little time left. But I would like to ask you in general, what have you found as well as the innovations? I know we've already talked a lot about this because it has come up in the conversation. But if you can think, I was thinking of Alessandro because I know him from the beginning with his farm. What else that you expected? Well, what did you away from what you expected, and also out of what you managed to do in your farm? What else did you find in the co-fresh that you might value?
Sorry. What I found in co-fresh is the knowledge, the experience about the people that I didn't know. For example, with the Università of Bologna, they teach me many things about the products and how to work it. We find the knowledge about the IoT, put in my opinion, and then this is the last part of the experience. But at first, with all the stakeholders, I have many inputs. I need other, I think, free co-fresh again to do all the innovation that people said, because I don't know in the other working in the other pilot case, but free is the minimum. I have many people that say, no, you have to do this, you have to do this. So it's very important for me to have this kind of input and have the support of people that know very well the materials and suggest me the best way. I can't study, I can't know everything about all my company. So it's very important, this kind of collaboration.
Okay, so that's what I was taking you to, really. It's the importance of having the advisors, the right kind of advisors available for the people who have to implement it, and to have that available. We've managed to do that in co-fresh, but now we have to try to make it work in general everywhere in Europe, and that's one of the things I was taking you to, leading you to.
No, we have to communicate this result. That's the important thing, because you told about large scale. I think it's very important to communicate, but on my case, for Innovation One in particular, we need to have funds, economic funds from the Europe, because Think it's too expensive. No, I'm joking, but
I don't think he agrees. I don't think he agrees.
No, yeah, I'm joking, but we need this kind of support because
You
we
need
can
the
we can
support,
save
that's true.
water, we can save energy, we can be green in real way, but a little farmer, not so sexy as Comp Agricultura told before, have not enough money or funds to do
To
this.
do those investments.
But
Okay.
first of all, communicate the result.
Great.
If you communicate 24 less percent,
Great, great. I think we have maybe 1 minute more, Raquel? No more minutes. No more minutes. Sorry. We're 1 minute. One last answer. Thank you.
Innovation breeds more innovation. We need institutional support to continue that innovation. We need institutional support, organizational support to scale that innovation. So let's see where this goes.
Great.
Yeah, I would come back to your first question. What would happen if there is no COFRESH, you know?
Yes.
I know innovators, even small, medium businesses, not multinational companies, that they find their partner, they go there, they finance it, and they are really top. But it's maybe 1%.
That's
what,
right.
what we are doing here is creating environment, creating ecosystem for intermediate
mainstreaming,
companies or innovators. So this is something that one person can never do.
Great, very good. Thank you very much, Daniel. Thank you very much, all of you. It's so interesting. We could go on for ages, but it's not possible. Okay, so thank you again, and let's meet in another conference.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Patricia, and of course, all the speakers. As she said, I could stay here talking for more time, but okay, we are coming to another point. So now we are going to talk about this SICO framework, and initially we planned to include this part at the beginning of the conference because coming to the temporal line, to the timeline of the project, this was done at the beginning of the project. But, well, we have to change to have our colleagues from Futureof in the morning. But I think it comes to a very good moment, this speech now from Josh, because hearing to talk all these pilot cases, we came that the word innovation and the word framework has appeared many times because things does not happen alone. They happen in a framework, and we need really to understand the key success factors, the way it works, and this gives us a lot of key ideas to bring innovation to reality. So now I would like to introduce Josh Beckman, Wageningen University, to talk about this SICO framework. Thank you very much, Josh.
Thank you, Ines. Thank you giving me this opportunity to say a few things about just a few things. Just a pitch. A pitch is only 3 minutes, right?
No, you have 15 minutes.
Okay, wow. About the SICO framework. And Elena asked me, how do I pronounce this SICO framework? That was a good question, because then I only started to think about it. Before that, we didn't think, because Lisanne, who's also the other author of this framework, actually it started with the work of Celia Cholles, who did a good job on COFRESH, but unfortunately left us for another job. And I'm sure she's doing very well as a sustainability manager in a multinational food company. So she made career. Yeah, we talked about SICO. Why is it called SICO? But in Dutch it's SICO. You pronounce it SICO. And the nice thing in Spanish you also. So then we agreed it's going to be SICO, not psycho or whatever. It's going to be SICO framework. So from now on, please all say SICO framework. So it's all about sustainability, it's about innovation, and it's about CO. It's about collaboration. COFRESH is all about collaboration. It's about co-creation. So actually communication, the CO, it's such a nice abbreviation. You can use it for everything. But the SICO framework is really about strengthening collaboration for sustainability-oriented innovation. That's a whole mouth full. And actually, Patricia just said, well, what was new? Yes, he left. What was new? Actually, this was not planned right from the start. And Ines, you just said, well, we should have done it in the morning. No, it's better to do it now, after the round table. Because the SICO framework is really built on our initial work. Wageningen University had to do the initial work on literature review, on collaboration, on sustainability, on innovation, and all these combinations. And then we said, and then we had a nice document which put that all together, a nice literature review, but I mean, that was just theory. And then all the pilot cases started to work. And then we realized, but we also want to know the experiences from the pilot cases. So basically what the SICO framework is, it's a framework built on literature and scientific literature, but also on the experiences of the pilot cases. So it's kind of systematizing the experiences of CoFresh. So that's why it comes right at the right moment. And how does it look like? It's a simple table. And that's what it should be. It should be simple because everybody should be able to understand it. It doesn't have to be complex with all kind of arrows and all kind of boxes and nobody in the end understands. It's a simple framework, but we have thought about it quite a lot. And again, it is based on both literature and experiences. And it can be used for strengthening, building, maintaining collaboration. So it is a tool that everyone can use in all kinds of collaborative initiatives. So every co-creation experience, every business collaboration, every co-creation process, this can be used. And then you ask yourself, what is new? And then we looked again at the literature, and then we saw all these advice on how to do collaboration, but they're usually very much on strategic alliances. They're very corporate, commercial oriented. They're very much step by step by step by step. And we wanted to come up with something that is a bit different, that is a bit more on the basis of, you know, basically the messy process of collaborating. It is never just step by step by step. And it is not necessarily always about strategic choices. It's not only about commercial, strengthening the commercial outcomes. So this is a framework with a number of themes and indicators. And you can make it longer, and we presented it to some of our colleagues, and they said, why don't you have this and this and this? Of course, we can always make it longer, but we don't want to make it longer. We want to show the key points. What is really important if you, as a business or a group of business or another group want to collaborate, how do you have to make sure you continue, you maintain, you strengthen, you improve, you enhance your collaboration, because that's what it's meant for. It's also not just a simple framework based on the others, because it's about sustainability oriented or innovation. So it's innovation, it's about risk taking, it is about, it goes beyond individual organizations, it's about collective action. So there's a lot of uncertainties if companies and other organizations want to work on sustainability oriented innovation. And if with all these uncertainties and all these challenges and things that are not clear from the start where you will end up, then you cannot just follow a simple step-by-step process. And another point I want to emphasize is, if we focus on sustainability-oriented innovation, the collaboration is very often with unfamiliar partners, people that you didn't know before, people that you haven't worked with before, companies that suddenly start to work with NGOs or other societal organizations, companies that work with completely different type of partners because they have to bring in new knowledge. And some of the case studies have shown that they brought in, and that's thanks to the CoFresh project, new partners were brought in, and people suddenly realized that, and I remember one of the interviews we had with one of the case studies said, well, just by CoFresh bringing a number of organizations or companies together, we were suddenly kind of forced to think, oh, what can that new partner bring us? We never thought about working together with that partner, but CoFresh brought us together and we realized it. On the other hand, CoFresh also brought together some partners that in the end you didn't want to work with. And that was also good. That was also the flexibility of the project. So this unfamiliar collaboration brings about a number of questions. How to set up the collaboration, how to strengthen the collaboration, and how to maintain the good collaboration. And that, again, these are a number of questions that you can ask or that you can discuss among the partners. There's no order in importance, but there is a certain order of where you start with. Of course, you start with your partner identification. Who do you want to collaborate with? If you have an idea about potential new partners, what do we know about it? Have we some experience before? In CoFresh, some people had some experience before, and that's why they were chosen. What is the reputation of the partner in terms of reliability, in terms of capabilities? Is there any personal ties? So these are important questions to ask. That's only the starting point. But once you have identified a partner, what are the complementarities in terms of skills, in terms of knowledge, in terms of capabilities, in terms of resources? Do we have a joint idea about where to go for? Not only commercially, but certainly also in terms of our sustainability vision. So these are questions that need to be asked. Make them explicit, these questions. Discuss these questions with your potential partners. And once you have agreed, formally, informally, doesn't matter, about a certain collaboration, how does the communication go? Of course, we all know personal communication. Being here makes it much easier than being online. But they both have their strengths and weaknesses. Some kind of organizational culture or atmosphere, we called it. How to coordinate the different business or activities in the company are important. And finally, the commitment of the different partners. How to talk about it. How committed are you? And keep in mind, or not in mind, but keep repeating the question. So how committed are we? How committed are the others? So this is not a tool you use once and put in a drawer. No, you can repeat it and use it as a reflection tool. So that's also what it's not a blueprint. It's not a step-by-step. It's a reflection tool. It helps to set up collaboration. It helps to strengthen collaboration. It can be used by managers. It can be used by anyone. It can be used explicitly by consultancy or intermediary organizations that bring people together and that facilitate collaboration. It makes you ask questions to yourself and your potential partners. I already mentioned the complementarity of resources. Is there any support from top managers, certainly in larger companies? How do we guarantee the benefit sharing, the fair sharing? That's a point very important in the CoFresh project. You have to talk about these things, make it explicit. Even if you work with large companies, it was on discussion this morning about the big ones and the small ones. Of course, we all know there is unbalanced power relations in the world, but make it explicit, discuss it, and then you can decide to continue or not. And how would you see the role in the transition? So these are the key points in the framework. It's about partner identification, previous experience, it's collaboration, and it's about the environment. I didn't mention that explicitly yet, but it's about the environment. How conducive is the external environment in terms of institutions? Cynthia mentioned we need institutional innovation, we need institutional support, but also support like projects like CoFresh. CoFresh is a great laboratory. It brings people together. It allows us to experiment, to take a little bit of risk, because we don't even not immediately lose a lot of money. So it's a great experience. So this is the conducive external environment. So that is a very good support for collaboration. So with that, I leave it to that. This is what we developed. It looks like a very simple tool. It is a simple tool, but it can be used in many different situations. And please use it. It will be available on the website. Thank you very much.
Thank you, just very much. Yeah. Yeah, it's absolutely true. We didn't thought about creating this tool, but it naturally come out from this great collaboration establishing among partners of Work Package 1. So great. Okay, so we have a last Menti question before going with our last speaker. So you go on that, Luis. So take my mobile. Okay. Okay, you can make a business with this, Josh. Okay, so I think we can move now to the last presentation. Would like to introduce Piroska Kalai. She's president for the Permanent Group on Sustainable Food Systems of the European Economic and Social Committee. So thanks very much, Piroska. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. I don't have any slides, to be honest, but as I heard yesterday during a very interesting conference, it was the Open Food Conference, where I was invited. Professor Tim Lang said that you can see an empty space and you can dedicate yourself to your imagination. So, so thank you very much for this invitation. I know that this morning President Mr. Schmidt has already spoken about the European Economic and Social Committee's role. So I am representing today and here European Economic and Social Committee. As you said, we've got an interesting permanent group within the committee related to food-related issues. So we are one of the... Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. We've got, we are actually one of the consultative bodies within the EU. So actually, we must be consulted when it's about legislation issues, etc., etc. And as I'm aware, we have very good cooperation with Eurocop, with you, and etc., etc. So this committee is the real voice of the civil society, the structured, the organized civil society, let's say. So you just mentioned several times during your very interesting and inspiring presentations that we don't have enough communication, we don't have enough cooperation, collaboration, etc., etc. So actually we just try to involve all stakeholders in the decision-making processes. This is our main role, and within this issue, actually, we've got several food-related and agri-food-related issues we are dealing with. We were actually the first who just called for a comprehensive food policy, and our aim is to ensure the structured involvement of and participation of civil society in our work. That's why, and maybe this is the most important thing I would like to say to you today, that we have been working on the realization, the creation of the so-called European Food Policy Council, which would be actually a forum for all of you, because actually you are represented all in our committee, because we are working 329 members more or less, and somehow, since we are working in different groups, employees, employers, and other civil organizations, you can find, I'm sure, your representative in our committee, through which you can make your voice heard. And with this European Food Policy Council, we just would like to achieve a more integrated, more inclusive engagement of the civil society in the decision-making processes at European level. Bringing together different actors from all over, from all fields, from everywhere. And actually our idea was to be a convening place for that, since I don't know if you are aware of where this committee is based, but actually we are very close to the EU institutions. We are actually an EU institution, and actually we would like to be the place, the forum of this European Food Policy Council, which could serve as a model of participatory democracy as well. Because here we are talking about how to participate in EU decision-making processes, how to be a real part of this labyrinth of Europe, the legislation issues, etc., etc. Because I am sure that that without your participation, let's say, it's useless, sorry, to go ahead. Yes, actually, I've got many examples of this Food Policy Council. Just to mention it, these Food Policy Councils are already existing at local and regional level, but we think that this is not sufficient to be effective at European level. Yeah, how can we imagine this forum? So it would be a real institution, but which is transparent and based on trust, because we think that transparency, accountability, and trust are the main issues to take into consideration. It would include academics, experts, so universities, let's say, and other food supply chain actors, from trade unionists, let's say, to teachers and other organizations as well, and obviously institutionals, as the European Commission, Parliament, Council, the Committee of Regions, etc., etc. And what is very important, that member states would have an equal participation to this European Food Policy Council. So I really would like to ask you and encourage you to have a look at our site as the European Economic and Social Committee, because I am sure that you can absolutely find the link to this committee. And yes, So I think what you have mentioned during your presentations, it can be absolutely included what we are dreaming about within this committee. Thank you very much for your attention and good luck for your work.
So thank you very much, Piroska, for this. With this new about the creation of this forum. For sure, most of us in our daily activities, we will be aware of this forum, and as CoFresh, we are finalizing, but we still will be making some further activities, mainly in dissemination, like publishing articles, etc. We will keep aware of this forum, right? Okay, so we are coming to the end of the event. I hope it was interesting for all of you and for those being present here, and also for those following us in the live stream. We have a last survey to be conducted, and Luis, I think we have lost I don't know what we have done with this. Sorry, it's now there. So there is a last survey to be done, but this is the end of the event. But we will be keep on uploading and sharing through different dissemination channels the results of the project. There will be quite active weeks in front of us to disseminate our deliverables, our reports, our I don't know, we will use videos, we will use social nets, etc., to disseminate the final results, really looking to make them available to anyone that may be interested in applying, for sure. And perhaps I would like to close this event saying that my big satisfaction is hearing pilot cases that the project has been useful for them, and most of them are really eager to apply some of the innovations or following them up at their own cost. That means that really it was useful for them. So thank you very much for the event, and I hope you have a very nice stay in Brussels. I think with this we can close the streaming. Thank you. Bye. Thank you very much. So please complete the survey, and after that we have some